चिल्ला रहे हैं उतनी देर से, चिल्ला सुन में नहीं रहा कोई, बताओ।
Hello, good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Omkar Joshi, and I'm course instructor for computational thinking. So I will be taking this particular live session, which is, as you can see, it's named as revision for qualifier / quiz 1. So that's so first let me tell you what's going to be the agenda of this. I mean, the flow of this particular live session. I will start with revision of first 4 weeks. I will start from week 1, week 2 till week 4, and after that I will take whatever doubts you have. So right now I see there are 3 people who have raised their hands. So you can, if you have a doubt, you can raise your hand and I will come to you. Okay, I will not close this session until every one of your doubts are clear. Okay, no matter what time it is, I will continue this session until all your doubts are clear. Okay, because keeping in mind that Sunday is the exam, we'll try to extend the session if required, but I will make sure all your doubts are clear. All right, so I will start with the revision of first 4 weeks. I will not go into detail of every single topic. We'll just have a overview of what we have learned so far in these 4 weeks, just a quick summary, and then I will open the platform for the Q&A session. All right, so let me start with our portal so that we'll see what we have seen so far. Then we'll go one by one. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You are.
All right, great.
Yes, sir.
So as you can see, this is our portal, and week 1 is where we started, or even before that, we had some data sets. I am not going to waste time in explaining you what those data sets are. By now, I believe all of you must be aware of what data sets we have. So in week 1, we started with something called as variables, iteration, filtering, and so on, right? So I will talk about variables right now. So what is variable? Variable is just a placeholder where you can store values. And as the way name suggests, variable, right? Something whose value varies, like variable A. A can be 0, it can be 10, 50, 100, 1000, anything in terms of integer. It can be 10.5. Some fractional value also can be there. Instead of instead of having it in the numerical, we can also have it as a character. Maybe we can store just letter M, which we use for gender male, or female, which is F. Something like that, right? Which we studied. Or else same variable later on can be used for a string, right? Like my name, A is equal to Omkar. That's also possible. All these things depends on the initialization of that variable, which we do at the very beginning of that use of that particular variable. Initially, if we say A is equal to 0, that means that point onwards, that variable has to be used to store only integers. If I say A is equal to 0, later on, I cannot make it A is equal to Omkar. That's not allowed, right? Because when we say A is equal to 0, we somehow indicated to computer that I want this variable to be used as integer, right? And that's how it will continue. If we want it to be a string, we initialize it as mostly as none. You must have seen that at multiple places. In double quotes, we put a string called none, N-O-N-E, right? Something of that sort we do for initialization. So that's variable. It's just a key holder, a key place where a value can be stored and it can be updated as per our requirement. Then regarding iterations and filtering, I will come back to you with these two things with more concrete examples. I have prepared some very small slides just to go through these concepts with small pseudocodes as examples. So we'll cover that part. Apart from that, this conditions, filtering, anyway, all these things will be covered. Yeah, then we saw something called as data types. As I was explaining just now, integers, characters, booleans. Boolean is another type of data type which we did not speak of. So Boolean is something which can have only two possible values, either true or false, yes or no, right? Maybe something start and stop, maybe 0 and 1, something of that sort, right? Anything which can have only maximum two possibilities, right?
Yes,
There is a possibility of only two outcomes. Third one is not allowed. That is what the Boolean is, right?
Yes.
And then we saw some derived data types based on the data sets which we have, like we saw name data type, which we saw marks data type, and so on. But that is just to introduce you to all these features. You must remember that we actually never use those in any of the pseudocodes to that extent. So I don't want
Excuse
to
me, sir.
spend. Yes.
Sir, subtype of data types, are they important? Because we haven't
Okay.
used it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's my point. See, theoretically they are important, but with respect to with respect to your pseudocodes or with respect to your exam point of view, they may not carry that much of weightage. That's why you may not have seen any serious question which is framed on those data types,
Yes.
right? So theoretically
But
they are important. You should know
Hmm.
them, but I don't think right now, today being Friday and Sunday is the exam, we are worried too much about theory part of it. Now, most of you are right now going to be going to focus purely on exam, right? So with keeping that in mind, don't worry too much about these 4 lectures. All right.
Okay.
Actually,
All right.
I want to ask you, do we expect only pseudocodes only in the qualifier test? Because in the mock test, the entire paper is only pseudocodes.
Yes. So that is something I will separately address. Okay. I mean, I'll come to that part. All right. Just
please tell us the important topic.
Yeah, I'll list out the important topics. That's what I'm trying to do. All right. So just give me another 10-15 minutes. I will try to address all these concerns. And if still some more are there, we can have a discussion on that. All right. So just bear with me for another 10-15 minutes. Sure.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
All right, fine. So as I was talking, that's all we saw majorly in week 1. As I said, I will come to that some slides which are prepared. Apart from that, in week 2, we have conditional termination for iteration.
Excuse me, sir.
Loops with max min. Yes.
Sir, could you please explain list and records?
See, that is, list and record is week 5, and which is not a part of current exam, right? So we'll talk about week 5 from Monday onwards. Right now, I'm not going to cover week 5. Today's session is purely about week 1 to 4. All right.
Yeah, so
you have enough time to discuss about week 5, because if you see the deadline for week 5, we have kept it quite late, right? I believe it is 9th of February.
Yes,
so actually you will get 10 days to work on week 5. So right now, don't worry about week 5. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So we'll focus on only first 4 weeks. All right. So apart from that, I don't see. Yeah. So let me start with the slides first. Maybe that's actually a better option. All right. Can you see the slides? It's a very bare minimum basic slides. So don't expect much of animation or nothing of that sort.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. Okay, great. So these are the contents which are forget about this last topic. Okay, this return versus exit loop is not applicable for exam. So just ignore that. We are going to consider only filtering, iteration, and procedures. Okay, till that point is required for the exam. And that's what I am going to discuss right now. Okay. So let's start with filtering. So what we have in filtering, let's consider one example, and then we'll take it further from there. Find the number of students based on their total marks. Okay. So we have a list of students, as you know, from our course data set. And I want to filter those students. I want to count number of students who are above 220. Very simple. So you know what we have to do. We are supposed to iterate over those 30 cards, right? I will pick first card, I will read it, keep it aside. I will pick second card, read it, keep it aside, right? So that how we do that process, that process is called iteration, right? Keep doing something again and again and again till some condition is reached. And what that condition is, pile 1 has more cards. So unless and until there are cards, we are supposed to do that process again and again and again. That is nothing but iteration. So while iterating over this pile of cards, there is secondary thing which we do, something called as filtering, right? What that filtering is, filter means whenever we read a card, we are supposed to do some procedure, right? We are supposed to take some action based on the data which is available on that card. And what that action is, we are supposed to check whether total is greater than 220 or not. Right? That is the filtering condition we have. So we have 30 cards, but not all cards will have total which is greater than 220. There will be only few cards, right, which will have total greater than 220. So we are filtering out only those cards. And if that is true, that means if this condition is true, right, as it says, if this is true, then this bracket opens, bracket close. We are supposed to do A is equal to A plus 1.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, but in this case, iteration that you told just now, for example, if there are 5 cards in the data set, so will it be there 5 iteration necessary, or only the single iteration we take up this whole?
Okay. I understood. So see, whenever we write a loop, right, this is a single while loop. So generally it is considered as an iteration. Okay. So I will tell you, I mean, there is a chance of a confusion with these things. See, the word iteration sometimes is used as a synonym for a loop. So actually it's a while loop, right? And this while loop will perform 5 iterations if there are 5 cards. Okay. Who's asked that question? Soumyadeep, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, see, technically, if I have to be very accurate, that's how I should say it. It's a single while loop, which will take 5 iterations if there are 5 cards. It will perform 30 iterations if there are 30 cards, and so on, right? But it's very common thing to say, okay, there is an iteration and it will happen 30 times. That is also a common practice. So there is nothing wrong in that. But technically, I will say, I mean, it may not be 100% accurate. You can say it's 99.99% accurate thing to say. Okay. So at this point, don't get too much confused with these, small intricacies of programming.
Yes, sir. So
right? We should.
Yes, sir. I thought the iteration is the whole process, the transfer we are doing one by one. The whole process is whole one iteration.
Correct. So that's what I'm saying, right? There is a subtle difference between both things, and it's a very common thing to misuse these words here and there. So don't worry too much about it. But to be precise, as I said, right, this is a while loop, and it will have multiple iterations depending on how many cards are there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, but at the same time, the while loop or a for loop, what we have, a loop itself can be termed as iteration. So sometimes the word iteration is used as a synonym for loops. Okay, so that is also absolutely fine. It's a individual perspective or way of speaking, right? That's all. That's just the difference between potato. That's all. Nothing else. Okay. Right. So based on this filtering condition, we will either increment this particular variable or we won't. Right. That's the reason this filtering is very important. Right. If we are supposed to apply some logic for all cards, we don't require filter. But we want, if we want to do something specific for only a few cards, then this filtering is important with this if condition. right? Then the simply at the end of the execution of this pseudocode, what A will represent? A will represent number of students whose total is greater than 220, right? As simple as that. Now let me make this same statement little bit complicated. Now what is happening is whenever a student scores more than 220, I am counting that student here. But what happens if student, if there is a card whose total is less than 220 or even equal to 220 for that matter? What happened to that student? We are not recording it, that particular student anywhere in this pseudocode, right? But now my requirements change. I want to store that number also. What you will do? You will introduce a second version, a different type of a block after if, something called as else.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So I have just added that only part in red color in this second pseudocode, right? Rest everything is same. Now what we are doing? If x dot total is greater than 220, we are simply incrementing a, right? Incrementing as in a is equal to a plus 1. Same thing. But if this condition is not true, right? For some reason, the student do not store gets less than 220 or equal to 220 marks, right? Then we are incrementing this particular block will get executed called else block. And in that else block, we are incrementing variable b. So now we have two different entities. Variable a will hold a number of students who scored more than 220 marks, and variable b will store a number of students who scored less than or equal to 220 marks, right? But still, let's say yeah.
Sir, I actually have a doubt in the previous pseudocode.
Tell me.
Suppose that I got a student card whose marks is more than 220.
Okay.
Okay. So we will place 1 in the place of A. Okay.
Correct.
So will here A becomes 2 or 1?
1, right? Because see, initially A is 0. Right?
Okay, yeah.
And then we made A is equal to A plus 1. So 0 became 1.
0 plus 1, yes.
Okay?
Okay.
Is your doubt clear?
Yeah, clear.
Okay, fine. So as I was saying, but still my requirement is not finished with this, right? With this new pseudocode. Maybe now I want to divide those students in even more numbers than this, right? Maybe I want to award them the grades. So maybe 0 to this range, maybe 0 to this range is D grade, that something maybe 180 to 200 B grade or so on. Some again based on marks only. But instead of dividing them into two categories, right? Above 220, less than 220. I'm not happy with that. I want to divide them in more, in more number of categories. So what we do, then this if and else is not sufficient, right? I have to, increase the logic which is involved in these filtering. This single filter is not sufficient. I want multiple filters. So what we do in that case? We jump to a more detailed version of pseudocode. Same thing, whatever pseudocode is here, I've just copied it and added few things. So whatever is red is the newly added content. All right. So I've added 3 more variables, C and D. Again, initialize them to 0. Now this filter is still same, right? Greater than equal to, now instead of 220, I made it 250 because I want to divide them into 4 categories now. Now after this thing, right? If greater than 220, this will happen. Then again, if this is the case, this will happen, else this will happen, right? But if you see, there are single conditions. That means every time the students, right? If for example, if there is a student who scored, let's say 280 marks, what happens? 280 is greater than equal to 250. A gets incremented, right? But that still 280 is greater than 220. B also gets incremented. 280 is greater than 200. C grade gets incremented. And as you see, because all 3 ifs are executing, and specifically this if is executing, else will not execute. I have written this pseudocode just to demonstrate that this particular else belongs to this if. So this if and this else, they are connected. All right. So this particular else will execute only and only if this if fails. Okay. This else block has nothing to do with these two ifs. These two if blocks are independent. They do not have their own else. Okay. Particular else block is always associated with only single if. And which if? The if block which is exactly above it, right? That is why this particular else is associated with this if and has nothing to do with these two if blocks. All right. And that is the intention. And that was the reason I specifically wrote this particular pseudocode. All right. I hope this part is clear. What is iteration? What is filtering? What are multi-levels of filtering? If else, if else. All right. There is another level which is called nesting. We'll go to that.
Can you repeat this, sir? Can you repeat this? This three if condition.
Yeah. So as I was explaining, right, every else block is associated only and only with single if. Okay. There are three if blocks, but this if is related to only one else. Sorry, this else is related to only if. It cannot be related to multiple ifs. How to find out which if it is related to? It's very simple. Just find this else, right? This is the place this word else is written. Exactly above that, you will find one closing loop. Exactly above that, the line before it, you will find one closing bracket. This closing bracket belongs to this if. Therefore, this else belongs to this if. That is how you should read the pseudocode, right? So this if and this else, they are connected. They are interlinked. They have some kind of understanding, some kind of a connection. Okay. So this else will execute only and only if this condition fails. But this else will not have any relation with these two ifs. All right. Just remember that.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question. Right. If you are using these multiple filters, multiple ifs are coming.
Correct.
So does it mean that the second if will only execute after the first if?
Yes, absolutely. The first if will execute, then only second will execute. But I will tell you, okay, let me add one more clarity into that. When I say execute, that means this condition will be checked. Then there are two possibilities. Either this condition is true or this condition is false, right? Let's consider that example. As I was talking, 280. For example, our total is 280. So if 280 is greater than or equal to 250, yes, it is true. So we incremented A. So irrespective of this, whether this is true or false, we will check whether 280 is greater than 220 or not. Yes, it is true. So again, B will execute and B will get incremented. Now consider second scenario. Let's consider maybe 240. Okay, total is 240. Now we are checking whether 240 is greater than or equal to 250, which is false, right? 240 is not greater than 250. Because of that, this line will not execute. A will not get incremented. But still, we have to check the condition. Then only we will came to know, right, that 240 is not actually greater than 250. So this condition will execute, but in this case, increment operation will not happen. But still, we have to perform this thing. Now we'll check whether 240 is greater than 220. Now we know that 240 is greater than 220. And because of that, B will get incremented.
Another thing, is it similar to that or and condition? Like, for example,
no. Or and are different things. That is something I will come to that a bit later. Okay.
So how are we gonna, excuse me, sir. Yeah? So how are we gonna identify that this if is associated or linked with that else block?
As I said, right? If there is an else, right? If there is an else, you just have to see there is a if which is exactly above else. As you see, this is a sequence, right? This is first if, this is second if, this is third if, and after third if there is else. That means else is associated with this third if. Whatever is exactly above else, that if is associated with else. It's not random. It's all about the sequence. So there is else above that. Whatever is exactly above that else, that if is related to else. That's simple. Okay.
So these
okay, sir, excuse me, sir.
Connected.
Yeah,
Sir,
one person at a time. Please, don't make it
excuse
chaotic.
me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, you generally give the templates for the CT exam, sir. But how to do it with the templates, sir? Even though
that is a different question. I'll see. I'm not taking right now any question related to.
Sir, I have a doubt in this question, sir.
Yeah, if you have a doubt with whatever you are able to see on the screen, please ask me.
Sir.
Remaining question, please raise your hand. I will come to you one by one. All right. Yeah.
Sir, it means like when A is incremented, then B and C also incremented every time.
Yes, correct. In this case, that is the case. Because see, whenever we say any value is greater than or equal to 220, then definitely that value has to be greater than 200 or 220, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So in this case, that is true. But as I said, right, the intention behind writing this pseudocode is to demonstrate this association of else with if.
Yes, sir.
I hope that part is clear, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Just one doubt, just to clarify.
Yes.
It means if else is there, then only the pseudocode is taking care of false condition. If else is not there, the pseudocode is not taking care of the false condition of that if. Am I right?
Yes, you are correct. Absolutely. Okay. See, whenever this condition fails,
yes,
then and then only this else gets executed. But it's not mandatory to write
first two if we are not taking care about the false condition.
Absolutely. Absolutely correct. That's it. That is what is happening. So if this condition fails, we have nothing. We do not have any fallback mechanism to do anything. If this fails, it fails. Nothing happens. Right? But if this condition fails, this particular block gets executed.
Okay. Thank you. Clear.
Okay. Yeah.
You have to
Sir, I have one doubt also, sir.
Yeah, go on.
Suppose that the first if condition is filled, then can we proceed to the else condition or not?
No, we can't. We cannot, because this else is not associated with this if.
With this if, yeah. Okay.
Right? So this else
is only associated with the third if.
Correct. So if third if fails, then only else will get executed.
So if we had this if else after the first if condition, like if we had this if else condition between and then one if below before it and then one if after it, even then that else part is connected only to the second if condition, right?
Okay, sorry. When I mean you want to modify, you are talking about some modified version of this.
Yes,
code,
sir. Yes,
right?
sir. So what I'm saying is like the third condition that we have of if else. Correct. If I move it after the first if condition.
Okay, you want to move else somewhere else.
No. This if else, see, like suppose we have first if condition where x dot total is greater than or equals to 250.
Correct.
And after this, we have the last condition, if and else.
Okay. After that, you want to move this whole thing.
Yeah. And then the third if below it.
Okay, then that means this if goes at the bottom.
Yes, sir. Yes,
right.
Sir. So even then the else part will only belong to the if that comes
just
to
this if.
Else.
See, the logic is very simple. It's a straightforward rule. If there is a else, the if exactly above it, that is the one which is associated with that else.
Okay. So we shouldn't confuse it with its placement, right? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
You just have to look for this E, right? Exactly above that E, there has to be a closing bracket. Has to be. If it's not there, then the code is wrong. Okay. Let's just give me 1 sec. Okay. Above this E else, this E, right? E of else, there has to be a closing bracket. No matter what. If you find any pseudocode, you will find the closing bracket. Okay. So this closing bracket must belong to some opening bracket, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that is the if block, which is associated with else.
Cool, sir. Cool. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Somebody is now. Yeah.
Will the pseudocode become incorrect if we put the else condition inside the third if condition?
Yeah. If you want to put it inside, right, just below this C.
Yes, sir.
Then it will be incorrect, right? Because as I said, above else there has to be a closing bracket. in your case, that will not happen, right? Above else, what will be the line? The line will say C is equal to C plus 1. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Which is incorrect.
Okay, sir.
So,
okay.
If there is a card, which card have a total is greater than 250, okay? So the card will go in every block, or it will be just go in first block, and after
no,
that
it will see, the computer will blindly follow whatever is written, right? Computer will not apply any logic. It simply follows the instruction. What instruction is? Total is greater than 250 or not. It is 250. It is greater, right? As you mentioned, A will be incremented.
Yes.
It will forget. After that, this closing bracket will happen.
Yes.
Computer will forget about it. It will simply start fresh from here. It will check, okay, total is greater than 220 or not. Yes, it is greater. It will increment to B. It will forget about that if block. As soon as this closing bracket comes, computer will forget about it. It will again check for the next one.
Okay.
So your variable A, B, and C, all three will get incremented if total is greater than 250.
Greater than. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank
Right?
you. Thank you.
Sir, I have a little doubt.
Yeah, Vinod.
Sir, can we merge the B, C in the first if condition? Because it is similar with if condition, and below the if condition we can take the else condition.
Okay. Not exactly right. You can't merge, right? Because what happens if some value is between 250 and 220? As I said, 240. Then what happens?
Oh, right, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir. Sir, I have one more question.
Yes.
In the first pseudocode, sir, while is a iteration. If is also iteration, or it is a something like condition.
Okay. Yeah, it's a condition. Okay. So as I was saying, there are multiple terminologies which are used, right? While is a iteration, while is a loop, or something else, right? If is a condition, if is a statement, if block, or or if is a filtering block, right? As to be precise, what we have used in our lectures. We have talked about iteration and filters, right?
Right, sir.
So this is iteration and this is filter.
Okay. If is the filter under while iteration.
Correct. So this filter will be applied on every single card which is there in this pipe one.
Okay, sir.
Right.
Hello. So is this possible that we can have like if and else condition, then again if and else condition?
Yes, absolutely. It is possible, right? As I said, right? This if else is there, right? Yeah. Immediately after that, another if else is absolutely possible. Nothing wrong in that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, see, only condition is if else is there, there has to be if above it. That is the only restriction out there. Other than that, there is no restriction. You cannot write else without if. That is the only condition.
Okay.
Okay. Otherwise, you can have as many if else as you want. Right. So let's move to next slide. So just remember this thing. First, we have just if, then we had if else, and then we had something. I mean, this is a very technical term. Ignore it if you can remember good. Otherwise, ignore that. This is something called as if else ladder. Okay, it's a ladder, right? First if, you jump to from first if, you jump to second if, jump to third if, or then else, right? It's just like a ladder. You keep jumping from one step to next step and so on. So that's a technical term, but as I said, it's not that important. You can ignore it if you can't remember. All right. So from that, now I have something new. Okay. I just changed the problem statement slightly. Now what it says, find the number of students based on their total marks and city town, right? So in earlier slide, we were focusing only on total marks, right? So our filtering condition was fixed, total marks, nothing else, only one filtering condition. But now I have two filtering conditions. Total marks and the city of that particular student, right? So that means multiple filters. How to do that? Either we can use AND operator and continue with that, but this AND operator is something which we will discuss separately. So right now I have just used this nested if else, right? As I was explaining earlier, simple if else ladder, and then the fourth version is if else. It's a nested if else. So you have first, if city town is Chennai, then only these lines will get executed. So this if else will get executed only and only if this city town is equal to Chennai. If the student belongs to any other city, then else will get executed and these two particular blocks will get executed. I mean, of course, both will not execute. I mean, we will consider this condition, and based on condition, either A will get incremented or B will get incremented. But this, we will not even consider this part if this condition fails, right? So how computer reads it? Computer will first, okay, while pile 1 has more cards. Yes, there are cards. Then what computer will simply blindly read the first card. Then computer will check whether city is Chennai or not. There are two possibilities. It's a Boolean thing, right? Either city will be Chennai or it won't be Chennai. There is no third possibility, right? So if this city is Chennai, then only this part will be considered. I'm not saying will be executed. It will be even considered. And if the city is not Chennai, computer will simply scrap this part. This part will be completely ignored and computer will jump to else and will consider this part. All right? Yes.
So what if we put this X total greater than 200 along with X city town Chennai with end condition? So will it give different output?
Okay, so if you merge these two things, right? That
with
city town and this condition, which is absolutely fine, but only problem with that is, I will tell you, if some student is from Chennai, but that student's total marks is not greater than 210, then we will not know why that condition failed. Is it because student is not from Chennai or because total is less than 210? There is no way to find out why that condition failed if we use AND operator there. Are you understanding?
Yes, sir.
It can fail because of either of the case, but we
will not get B, right? If we do that AND condition.
Exactly. See what is happening. A and B are only for those students who are from Chennai, correct? So if student is from Chennai and scores more than 210, A gets incremented. And B gets incremented for all those students who are from Chennai, but marks are less than 210. That is where B comes in. But still A and B are considered or are belongs to only those students who are from Chennai.
If we don't need B count, else condition, if we don't need, then we can combine it, right? With AND?
Yes, then we can. Then we can combine. But still, okay, yeah. Then we can combine it with AND. Correct. Okay. But right now we also want the count of students who are not from Chennai, but above 210 or less than 210, right? We want that categorization. Who is above 210, who is less than 210. At the same time, we also want whether they are from Chennai or from some other city. So that's the point, right? I want two different levels of filtering. One is based on total marks and second is based on their city, right?
Okay.
And for that reason, we should have this nested if else. Yeah, that AND operator will not work. Yes.
Sir, in this code, else number 2. Is
else
L
number 2
really? Yeah.
This else?
Is L? No. Just behind, just below.
Okay, this one.
Yeah. This else number 2 is related to if X city count is equal to is Chennai.
That's my doubt only, like to identifying which if is
because
falling
in the
under which one.
Yeah. Okay.
Because in the previous you said that for else to have it must be if condition just above it. So
correct.
I am confused.
So usually, so I will explain.
Usually finding which one is falling under which one.
I will explain. Okay. As I was talking, right? This else, right? Same logic what I explained earlier in the previous slide. Just above else, there will be a closing bracket. Correct? It's there.
Yes, sir.
Now tell me, this closing bracket belongs to which if?
Sir, first if.
Oh yeah, first if, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
The
This
one
closing
above
bracket
that
belongs
bracket.
to
X city
First
town.
if, yeah.
closing bracket belong. Why I'm not able to select? Okay, yeah. This closing bracket belongs to this if, right?
Okay.
Okay.
As simple as that. So this else belongs to this if.
Yeah, first if.
First if.
So
Now
this
this
pattern
else.
will always be followed in whenever we get questions.
Yes, whenever we write a pseudocode, this pattern will be followed because that is how it is written. If you don't write like this, then it's wrong. Okay.
It means
So it's not like so it's not like we are writing this just to make it look good. Okay, this is how it has to be written.
Yeah, it means else must have a bracket above it.
Correct. It must have bracket above it, and that closing bracket must have opening bracket, and this is that opening bracket, and this is the if.
Oh, that's why it is related to it.
So it's like you have to go upwards. You have to, instead of reading the code from bottom down, you should read the code from bottom from bottom to top, right? You find the else, then you find the closing bracket, you find the opening bracket, you found the if, right?
Okay.
Similarly, same thing for this else. Now this else has above that there is a closing bracket. This closing bracket belongs to this opening bracket. This opening bracket belongs to this if. So this if and this else are connected.
So you find unpaired brace basically.
Yes, you have to find the that closing brace or closing bracket just above else. That's how you map them.
Yes. Okay.
Right. Or even simpler, right? Visually, you can see that this. Just keep going straight. Just draw a straight line, or virtually imagine a straight line from this if. Keep coming. You find else. That is also another way.
Yeah,
so
sometimes
inside loop
it is very interesting.
Right.
But sometimes it may not be in line. That's the
yeah. See, whenever we write pseudocodes, we strictly follow this. You go through any assignment, any code which we have written, you will strictly see this thing happening. If
why
it's
I said
not,
just go from down to up, and you find unpaired brace because
correct.
That is I think that is a way.
Yeah, that is the foolproof 100% accurate method, right?
Yes.
But as you were saying, right, that may not be the case that it is in same line every time. That is actually a bad way to write a pseudocode or a program. Many people do that, but that's not advised.
I'm also checking the same thing what he was telling. Everywhere where it's opening, everywhere where it's closing, and counting those open, close, open, close.
So you don't have to do that. See, I will tell you simple way. Okay, this will be applicable to all the pseudocodes which we have in computational thinking. Okay. On internet, on some other places, you might see some bad written codes. So in badly written codes, this may not be applicable, but we do not write those codes. So you can blindly follow this in all our computational thinking codes, or even whatever codes you see in this particular online degree program, not just computational thinking, Python, PDSA, machine learning, any subject for that matter. When we write codes, we strictly follow this. Okay, so
how can we add in? Sir, how
so that's what I'm saying. See
this closing.
So that's what I'm explaining. See, this if it starts here, right? Just draw this virtual line over here, vertical line. Okay. This if is slightly inside towards right? If I draw a vertical line over here, then this if is slightly towards right. Correct? That means it is inside. Okay. Whereas again, same we follow that even for while. While is at this particular line, but this read is inside. That's why it's not below W. It is slightly it is actually 4 spaces towards right. From while, if you give 4 spaces, this is where you come. So that's where this read statement comes. Again, this if is, we could have written it just below this if, right? But we don't do that because this if is, this particular if is inside this outer if. That's why there are 4 spaces over here, right? So we slightly take it towards right. Same thing gives even this thing. A is equal to A plus 1. We will never write it just below this I. We will start it slightly inside, towards right. If it's towards right, that means it is inside. Okay. This else, if you see, this else is just below I closing bracket else. This E. They are all in straight line, in vertical line. That means it's not inside. It is at same level.
Okay, it means both are related.
Yes. So that is how you that's another way to read the pseudocode.
So will the pseudocode will similarly written in?
Yes, it
exam?
will always be written like this in all your exams in computational thinking, without doubt. Without hesitation, I will tell you that will be followed. Okay.
Yeah,
and if we don't follow that,
sheet.
it's our mistake. We will give you marks for that. If we make mistake like that. Okay. That's my commitment. Okay. So we'll make sure that this particular pattern will be followed.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, C is counting the number of students who are not from Chennai, right?
Yes, not just Chennai. Also, they have to be, their total has to be greater than equal to 10.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Not from Chennai, and total should be greater than
greater than 210.
Yes, that is what C is doing.
So,
correct? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
There is a two if condition. Can we split the if condition like x dot total on the palace of x dot city town?
Yeah, it is split, right? This if is separate and this if is separate, no?
Yeah. So can we split both?
Yeah, they are split. They are different only. They are not. They are currently split.
No, I think he is asking separate if condition. One if, just next if, like previous what you explained.
Okay. So you are saying something like this: one if and second if below that.
No. I'm saying that if I put my if this one x dot total is greater than equal to 210. In the palace of x dot city dot Chennai, that's mean I first I see the x dot total greater than equal to 210.
Okay.
And after that I will check the town city. It is right.
Okay. If you do that right, then the meaning of else changes completely. What is the meaning of else right now?
If
the students who are not from Chennai, that is what else is, right?
Yeah.
But if you put this total instead of the over here, right? You want to swap these two ifs, right?
Yeah.
Then the meaning of else will be what? The students who have scored less than 220, because your if will say what? X dot total greater than 210. So when this thing fails, you execute else. So what is the meaning of else then? The total is less than 210. That is the meaning of else, right?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that is the point, right? This else is associated with this if. That is why when I say else get executed, that means what? If the student is not from Chennai, then only it will get executed.
Yes.
That is why this sequence of if is very important, because the meaning of else is completely depending on what is written inside if.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, can we say that D is number of students who is not from Chennai, also they have less than 210 marks?
Yes. No. Say the students who are not from Chennai, right? If there is a card, if randomly I took a card and it is the student is not from Chennai, I am supposed to execute this else. Inside I will come, inside else I will come, and then I will check whether the marks is greater than 210 or not. Either it is less than 210 or it will be greater than equal to 210. Both possibilities are there, right? Depending on that, I will either increment C or D. Correct?
Sir, I am saying that. Hello.
Yes.
Sir,
Yes.
D is the total number of these students who is not from Chennai. Also,
correct.
They have less than 210 marks.
Correct. Absolutely, you are correct. That is what the variable D is saying.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
So what
continue,
A, let me just quickly summarize that part then. A is all the students who are from Chennai and their total is greater than or equal to 210. That is what variable A is. Right?
Yes.
What is variable B? Still all the students from Chennai, but their total is less than 210.
Less than 210.
Correct? Then what is C?
Yes.
C is all the students
Not from Chennai.
not from Chennai, but total is
But their total marks is 220.
greater than or
Equal
equal
to
to
or
210.
greater.
210. Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then what is
And the
D?
D is
Who are not from
Not
not
from
greater than
Chennai
and equal.
and less
Not
than
greater than
210.
equal to 220.
Okay. Is that part clear?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's
go, sir.
Sorry.
Yeah, all good, sir.
All right, fine. So let's move to next slide. So now in this slide, this is our week 3. Okay. So far, indirectly, I have talked about week 1 and week 2. Okay. Then I'm talking now about week 3. In week 3, the major concept was 2 iterations, but they are not nested. The first while finish, then second while starts. They are not inside each other. One starts, ends. Second starts, it ends. Okay, they are one after the other. So this is called 2 non-nested iterations. This is first iteration, this is second iteration, or first loop followed by second loop. Okay, so the very easiest example is to find the number of students above average based on their total marks. So above average, right? We want to count number of students whose total marks is above average or greater than average. In this case, we first have to find average, then only we can count how many students are above average. So in first iteration, we found average. How to find average? Just take total, how many students are there. Increment the count. That means just count how many students are there and keep adding their total marks. That is sum and count. And then we calculate average is equal to sum divided by count, right? Fifth standard mathematics. That's how we get average, right? And after this, so in first iteration, we only did average calculation. Now comes the second part of it. How many students are above average or below average as per our requirement? In this case, we are looking for total greater than average. If it is greater than average, we are incrementing A. So what A represents? Number of students whose marks is above average, right? Above average of that particular class, right? Because we did for entire class for all the cards in the data set. So this is 2 iterations, non-nested. I hope this part is it clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now we'll move to next part, which is about nested iterations. So this is now nested iterations,
sir.
Which is,
Sir, please go to previous slide.
Okay. Yeah.
In the last, why we are moving X to the pile 1?
Okay. It's just small technicality, but if you remember, right? From pile 1, initially we moved all cards to pile 2. So right
yes,
now
sir.
all cards are in pile 2. So we started from pile 2 and moving it back to pile 1. So it's a small technicality. Sir. Don't worry too much about it.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. So Aman,
why,
that part
sir?
is clear,
Why it is necessary to move all the cards to pile 1?
Otherwise, see, when we read a card, right, we should move it to some new pile. We can't keep it again in the same pile, right?
Otherwise it will make a loop.
It will be infinite.
It is just for keeping track that you have used
mess.
that card.
Correct. Hey, Aman, listen to this. Okay, I have some cards right now over here, right? I am counting them. So I read the first card. Excuse. So after reading, what you will do with that card, which you have already finished reading?
Move to the pile 2.
Move to pile 2. Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then you pick the second card. You read it. What you will do? You will again put it in pile 2.
Yes, sir.
So at some point, your pile 1 will finish.
Yes, sir.
But pile 2 will have all the cards.
Yes.
But when you start your second iteration, where all your cards are?
In pile 2.
In pile 2, right?
excuse. So when you start reading those from pile 2, you are supposed to again move it to somewhere, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
You can move it to pile 3 also. There is nothing wrong in it.
Okay.
Or you move back to pile 1. It just, as I said, it's a very small technicality. It will not have much of a impact on your logic. You can very well said pile 3 also here. That will not have any impact.
Okay.
Okay,
sir.
Okay, sir.
If we move to pile 1, then again pile 1 have more cards.
Yeah, at the end of execution, pile 1 will have all the cards.
All the cards. Then again, if we run the code, then pile 1, the same code we are running on pile 1.
Yes, correct. But this loop will not execute again, right? We will execute this only after finishing this.
Okay.
Are you understanding? See, this statement will execute. Okay, listen.
Again, it should not go to the first while.
See, that is how the loop works, right? We execute first statement. After that, we execute second statement. Then we execute third statement. We go back only if there is a loop, right? There is no outer loop outside the whole thing. This loop starts here. This loop ends here. As I said earlier, when computer encounters this closing bracket, it will completely forget about this loop. For computer, this loop finished. It's done. When this closing bracket comes,
it won't go back.
It will never go back. It will never go back.
Okay.
But if I want to again run the code from first,
correct.
Pile 1 will be here. Then first while loop will also be executed.
Yeah, it will execute. Then it will calculate same thing, right? It will again count all the cards. It will count all. It will find the sum. It will calculate this average, which will be the same value which was earlier. So if you want, you can keep executing this code any number of times. It will give the same result, right?
So, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Sir,
Hello,
just
sir.
to clarify.
Excuse
me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, is the first while is like the procedure? What is something going on, and second while is executed. Hello.
Yeah. Please go on. You are audible.
Yes, sir. First, my doubt is first while is like a procedure, and second while is are doing something which earlier while is working. Am I right?
Yeah. See, so first while computed something, and based on the result of that computation, we started second while.
Yeah.
See, second while is useless unless and until we have value in
average. Second while is depend on the first while.
Absolutely, correct.
Yes,
second while is dependent on first while.
Yes, okay.
Yes. See, what is happening in second while? We are counting number of cards whose total is above average, right? This is meaningful only when we know what is the value of average.
Yeah.
In order to know the value of average, we should know the value of sum and count.
Yes.
The value of sum and count is getting calculated over here.
Sir, just wanted to add one point here.
Yeah.
So in the second while, it will the condition is different. That is something we need to understand.
Correct. See, in first while, we do not have any filter, to be honest. Just check this. There is no filter. We are counting, we are incrementing sum. This will happen for every single card. There is no filter.
We are just finding average.
We are simply finding average. So this count is equal to count plus 1 and sum is equal to sum plus x dot total. These two operations will happen for every single card. For all 30 cards, this will happen. But in second while, this a is equal to a plus 1. It will happen only and only if total is greater than average. Otherwise, this will not happen. Are you understanding the difference between first while and second while? First while is simple iteration without filter, whereas second iteration is with filter.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, my question is, here we are calculating average equals sum divided by count.
Correct.
So in the first while where we are where the condition is pile 1 has more cards. Sir, will the while loop continue till pile 1 has 0 cards, or it will just look at read the first card and then will calculate the average and then will go to second while where we have pile 2 has more cards. Am I right?
Okay.
Or
Okay. I will instead of directly telling you answer, I will tell you. Okay. Just consider this. Where that condition is average is equal to sum by count is over here, right?
yes, sir.
Is this inside while or outside while?
Outside while.
Outside while, right? So computer will not even come to this point unless and until this part is completely executed.
So, sir, first while loop will continue till pile 1 has cards, and it
Correct.
will terminate after pile 1 has 0 cards.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That was the question, because I thought ki pile was first while loop executes and then second while loop executes.
So for these kind of confusions, right, you just have to ask, you have to consider this part, whether that statement is inside while or outside while. If it is inside, it will happen for every card. If it is outside, it will happen only after finishing all the cards.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Then if we
one person at a time, please. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Yes.
In both while, if the second while is not related to the first while, then what will happen? Is there nothing relation between the first while and the second while, like the data? Here, if we consider pile 3 has more card in the second while, then is the code while is the iteration while is executed or not?
Okay. If you write pile 3 has more cards over here, right? You have to explain in somewhere in the question or somewhere else that what is pile 3. Right. How computer will know what is pile 3? Somewhere you have to explain that part, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here we do not explain pile 1 because it's understood that when we say a question is based on scores data set, we assume that pile 1 is scores cards, right?
Okay.
But when we explicitly say that is pile 3, we have to explain what is pile 3.
Yes, sir. My point of view for the question is every time both while iteration has related, or it can be not related sometimes?
It cannot be. It's not mandatory that they will be related. For example, okay, I want to know the average of total marks from scores data set, and I want to know the average total bill from shopping bills data set. Are they related?
No.
What will be the logic? Count is equal to count plus 1. Sum is equal to sum plus x dot total, or sum is equal to sum plus x dot. Again, over there also value is actually a total cost, or total, what is that? Total bill amount, right? Total bill amount.
Total bill amount.
So that part will change. But now these two are independent entities, right? They have no connection whatsoever. This average will be different, that average will be different. But again, you'll have to write two different while loops, right? You cannot do that in single while loop.
Sir, just to add to this question, what he was asking, let's say the starting of this execution, file 1 is empty. Okay.
Correct. Okay.
So what will happen is our average remains 0. So what will
average
happen
becomes,
to,
yes.
So
average
this
becomes
question, 0. So it will never, this A will never get incremented in the second while if, what he was telling that.
Yes, correct.
So it will not have that value. So it will know that it is 0. It will never get incremented.
Correct. So your count is 0, sum is 0, average is 0, A will remain 0. There will not be any impact of this code after execution if there are no cards, right? As you said, pile 1 is empty. That means there are no cards to do any execution. So definitely all variables will remain 0.
Sir, how average will be 0? Because sum is 0 and count is 0.
Yeah, mathematically you cannot.
It is not possible.
Yeah,
yes.
0 that's a different story. But
then you have
in general, I'm saying, right? In general, I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah. So that there is a separate code for that.
And sir, even
that's a different discussion which I don't want to have in computational thinking session. Okay, dividing a number by 0, it's a different entity. Maybe you can pick it up with maths team some point later. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this code is clear, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So now let's move to third possibility of iterations, which is nested iteration. So for that, I have taken some small data set. Instead of all 30 cards, I've just picked some 5 random cards. So what the statement is, find the number of pairs of students who scored same marks in mathematics. Okay, students who have scored same marks in mathematics. And I just want to and that's that variable called pair. So I want to find what is the value of pair at the end of execution. So now it's a nested loop, right? Consider this while, and this while is inside. As you can see, right? This while is with this vertical line, but this while is slightly towards right. That means it is inside. Same logic which I was explaining earlier. So what I did, this while outside while, table 1. Now instead of that pile, we are considering table. That's just one technical detail difference. Okay. So read the top row X from table. Now what is X? X is this yellow highlighted row, right? Sequence number 1 and mathematics mark 62. That is what this X is. X is pointing at this 1 and 62. Move X to table 2. What I am saying, I have read it. Now move it out. Move that particular to table 2. Okay, why it's not changing? Okay. So I moved that particular out. Now once I move that, the second one, right? Whatever was earlier, 681. Now this becomes the top row. And because of that, now while table 1 has more rows, yes, table 1 will still have 4 rows. Read the top card Y from table 1. Now I've written cards, it's just a typo. You consider card, row, same thing. But yeah, so what is Y now? Y becomes 681, right? That is Y. What is X? X is still 162. It is in table 2, but still X value holds this 162. And Y holds 681, right? Then what I'm checking, X dot mathematics equal to Y dot mathematics. Now what is X dot mathematics? As I was explaining, 62. What is Y dot mathematics? 81.
81.
Are they equal? No, right?
No.
So this condition fails. Because this condition fails, this statement will not get executed. And because of that, now we'll execute next line. Move Y to table 3. What is Y? 681.
81.
We are supposed to move 681 to table 3. Let's do that. We move 681 to table 3. Now the next row becomes the top row of table 1. It just moves up, right? You moved something from top, next one becomes the top. The very natural thing, right? Now what it says, move all rows from pile 3 to table 1. Sorry, it's just a typo. Again, it has to be
table 3.
Yeah, it should be table 3. Okay.
Yes.
So it should be table 3 to table 1. Yeah, I mean, that's what we are doing over here, right? We should do this. So after moving, that means what? This 681 should go again, right? That is what is happening. Should go, 681 should go again. Okay, so I'm skipping few transactions in between.
Sir, one doubt here.
Yeah.
So at the end of this while loop, why we are moving the table like from table 3 to table 1? Because then in that case, table 1 will never become empty.
It will. I will tell you what is happening. That's what I'm trying to explain. Okay, what is happening? What we are supposed to check? All the students whose mathematics marks are equal, correct? That means
right.
In the original table, I am supposed to compare this 62 with what? With 81, with 62, with 78 and 81. With all values, I am supposed to compare this 62?
Yes.
So what I did, I read this as X. I read that as X and I moved that out. Now I read this as Y. After reading this as Y, what I did, I moved that out over here. Now after that, what it says, move Y to table 3. We moved that Y to table 3.
Sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, internal while loop, sare
Yeah. So internal while loop is not yet finished. So that's a slight mistake I made. So I'm correcting it now. Yeah.
Yes, sir,
So
that's why
after moving this 6 and 81, what it says, move y to table 3, we moved. After that, there is this closing bracket for this y. That means after this line, we came here. So this means the closing. That doesn't mean you should immediately close. You should check whether it is okay to close this or not. What it says, table 1 has more rows. But there are more rows, right? That means we cannot close. We should continue. So we read the top card y from table 1. Now value of y got updated. What was the value of y earlier? It was 681.
681.
Now what is the updated value of y? It is 1762. Right? Now, but still x is 162. This 162. So we compared x dot mathematics, y dot mathematics. Now x dot mathematics is 62, y dot mathematics is 62. They are matching?
Yes.
As that means condition is true?
Yes.
Then we incremented the value of pair variable.
So pair
the pair will get incremented. Now pair earlier it was 0, now it became 1.
Okay.
Yes.
Right? Now this row is compared. Now that means we again came here, move y to table 3. This is our y, right? 1762. So we should move that to table 3. So this whole thing will come here. Then again, this one becomes top row. So we check 78 and 62. They are not matching. No check. Then this will again come to table 3. Then this one becomes top row. Please mute. Somebody is making noise. Please mute. Yeah, thanks.
Sir.
Yes?
Sir, if we found two students at the same marks, and we move a row from table 1 to table 3.
Correct.
Then how we know that who the both students have the same marks?
No, that information we are not maintaining. We just want to know how many students have same marks. That's only we are interested right now. We are not maintaining that. We can add one more variable to keep track of that, but right now that's not our concern. Okay. See, don't focus too much on problem statement. The point which I'm trying to teach you over here is nested iteration. Okay?
Sir, sorry
Focus
to interrupt,
on,
but
yeah.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, but yes, we actually having so much of jargons and traffics in the session. So can you mute centrally? So that will be better for all of us.
Yeah, I can
if
mute.
One by one, it's totally, it's not audible. Your voice is very low when it's create some kind of disturbances. So can you mute centrally?
Yes, sure. Yeah. Okay, done. I will mute everyone. So as I was explaining, we can keep going through this table 1, right? At some point, all the rows from table 1 will get moved to table 3. As this 681 got moved, 1762 will go there, 2178 will go, 2781 will go. And that's the point.
One doubt, can I ask?
Yeah, yes, go on.
So I'm just trying to understand this in entire execution. First, we read a card from table 1. We take it to table 2.
Correct.
Then we compare that with the first table, the new first row in the table 1 with table 2.
Correct.
If there is a match found, then we increase the pair count.
Correct.
And then after that, what we are doing is we are moving that top card from table 1, moving to table 3, and then next one is reading from the table 1.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Table 1, we are moving the next one from table 1. Correct. That is our updated value of y.
Until there are no more rows.
Yes, until there are no more rows in table 1. That is our inner while, right? This while. Correct.
Actually, in the first iteration, from like the base data, first 2 cards are already compared, right?
Yes, they are compared.
So after that, we should not consider the first 2 cards, right? Because they are compared.
No, right? Okay, first 2 are compared. That is correct. But second one should be compared with third, fourth, and fifth, right? So first one we can move out for sure. But second one we cannot move out, right? What if there is another student who may have different marks, right? Like this 81. Originally 81 was our second row. We cannot ignore this 81 because there might be another student with 81, which is actually there. So we can only ignore the first row. See, what is nested iteration? Why we require it? When we are supposed to compare every student with every other student. So we pick the first card. We compare that card with remaining 29 cards. Then and then only we can discard that card. Then we can pick the second card. Second card has to be compared with remaining 28 students and so on. So every student has to be compared with every other remaining student. And that is when our nested iteration is required. So,
sir,
yeah.
Sir, if I have to compare one student with every student, then I will not need a nested iteration, yes?
Only one student with every other student, right?
Yes, only one student with every student.
Then we don't want nested iteration. Then how many comparisons will happen? 29?
Only one.
29, right?
Sir,
Consider, if we consider
1.
scores data set with 30 cards, then 30 total number of -1, right? Then you don't require nested iteration. But when I'm comparing every student with every other student, how many comparisons will be there?
N into n-1/2.
Correct. And in such a case, we require nested iteration.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
One suggestion, like what you try to do with the slides, if you just do it manually, like if you have a marker, if you do it by following the step and writing it, it would be more clear to everyone, I think.
Okay.
It's fine, sir. It's fine.
I have doubt here.
Yes, sir, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
yeah,
sir,
fine. Let's not.
One suggestion to that last, like everything is fine if you just show in the real time when the pair is getting incremented. That's it, and after that it is perfect.
Okay, sure. See, everyone, I will have different opinions, so let me go with my pace. Okay.
Just add on to what I said. I am clear with it because we are trying to get everybody to the level. So I was trying to help out.
I understand. I mean, I totally understand. I understand your suggestion and it's a valuable suggestion. But right now, even I have limited resources to take use of marker and all that. So
that's why I added it.
Okay,
thanks.
Right. Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Sir, for this particular code, what will we say? We have one nested loop or two nested loops in the code?
Okay, we have two loops which are nested.
So we will say there is not one nested loop. We have two nested loop, right?
No, that's not right. We have two loops, but the way they are positioned, they are nested.
Okay, so
don't say two nested loops. We have two loops, one first while, second while, and they are nested. That's how you should say it.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, while
actually, the second while will get executed only when the first while is executed.
Correct.
The code will get inside when the first while is true, then it will come to second while. Otherwise, it will not.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Sir, by viewing a pseudocode, if a while is inside in a while, then we can say that it is a nested loop.
Yes, correct. Yes, correct.
And if a while is not inside a while, then we can say that this is not nested.
Non-nested loop. Correct.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Sir, what is pair basically? I mean, represent like in this case, score data set. Pair is basically two different students. We cannot take the same student.
We are not comparing same student with same student, right? The comparison is happening between X and Y. They will never hold same values.
Yes, sir. Actually, I found a question in Olympic dataset where we are finding the pairs. So for that, we are assigning a condition where x.y name should not equal to y.name. Y.pair name.
Over there, some different problem statement might be there, right? See, don't relate this variable with different variable from different data from different question. Now, variable A, the meaning of variable A is different in one pseudocode. Variable of A might be different in different pseudocode, right?
So, but if our data set in such a way that we have like we have the same players repeating,
Yeah,
like in Olympic data set.
correct. Then we will have to have that additional
Okay.
condition that you are
Okay, sir.
talking about.
Okay, sir.
Name is
Sir,
not
actually,
equal.
yes, sir. Sir, actually, I found a question. So, can you discuss after that?
Yeah,
After this session?
see,
Okay.
I will discuss all those extra questions, whatever you have, right? See, I will
Okay.
tell you,
Okay.
initially I mentioned that you might have joined late.
Yes,
Just
sir.
read the name of this live session. It's a revision session, right?
Okay.
In the calendar, it precisely says it's a revision session. So I'm revising what we have studied so far. That's the agenda. After finishing that agenda, I am open to answer all your doubts related to computational thinking. Okay?
Okay.
So I'll answer your doubts.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, what happens in the last statement? Move all rows from table 3 to table 1.
Yes. So I'm coming back. So let me now let's keep your questions on hold for another 2-3 minutes. Then we'll come to that. Okay. So please, everybody, listen to me for another 2-3 minutes patiently. Then I will open again for doubts. Okay. Please listen patiently. So what happens at some point, all the rows from table 1 gets moved to table 3 because of this move y to table 3, because of this inner while loop, right? At some point, table 1 becomes empty. Everything goes to table 3.
Right, sir.
And at that particular point of time, this is the scenario, correct? First, we move this, then that becomes our top row. Then this becomes top row. Then this one becomes top row. Then this one becomes top row. And we move that out. Now, this is the scenario. Table 2 has only one, which is X. Table 3 has all, whereas table 1 is empty. Now, because of that, this while loop will end. Because what is the termination condition for this while? Table 1 has more rows. But table 1 do not have more rows. It's empty. That means this while ends over here. Execution of this while loop, this particular iteration terminates. It stopped because table 1 is empty. Now, after that, we are supposed to execute the next line. Computer follows the sequence, right? It executes line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, so on. So after executing this particular block, it executes move all rows from pile 3 to table 1. So to table 3 to table 1, right? So everything from here goes to here, to this table 1, because of this.
That's its original.
So similarly, so this is how it will look. Now table 3 becomes empty. Everything goes back to table 1. Not original, because this one is still outside. In original, this one was also in table 1. That is the difference. So with this, we have finished only one iteration of outer loop. Now with this, we moved. There is a closing bracket. That means we should go back to this while table 1 has more rows. Yes, table 1 has more rows. There are 4. So we should read the top row X from table 1. So now what is the value of X? Now it is 681. This is an updated value of X. What was the old value of X? Old value of X was 162, 1,62, right? Now it became 681. That is the updated value of X. And what we should do with that X? Move X to table 2. Okay, let's move that X to table 2. So our X came here. Now because of that, the next row became top row of table 1. So we said table 1 has more cards. Yes, table 1 has more cards. There are 3 more rows, cards, same thing. Okay, please understand that. So then read the top row from table 1. That is Y. Now what is Y? Y is 1762. What is X dot mathematics? Is 81. What is Y dot mathematics? 62. We compare 81, 62. They are not matching. We will not increment pair. We will move Y to table 3. What is Y? This 1762. Same process continues. Sorry, same process continues. This 17 and 62 will come to table 3. 721, 78 will come to table 3. At some point, this becomes Y, right? We are going through this table one after other. Now this 81 and this 81 are equal. And because of that, pair will get incremented. And we move that also to table 3. So same like previous iteration, at some point, all these things will come to table 3. Then what we do? We move all rows from table 3 to table 1, from 3 to 1. So how many will get moved? These 3, because these 2 will never change. This will stay in table 2. Likewise, the same thing will keep happening until table 1 gets empty. When it will get empty? When all these rows one by one move to table 2, like this. And in this case, this condition will also fail and our while loop will finish.
Hello, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I have a question. Go to the previous slide.
Okay.
Sir, in this slide, table 2 consists 2 rows. So how does system know which row he had to compare?
Okay. No, because say not comparing any specific row from table. We are always comparing what? X dot mathematics. What is the value of X? Earlier it was 62, then it became 81. When we did this, read the top row X from table 1, right? That is how computer is knowing which one to compare. It's about variable X. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Actually, after executing the complete code, what will be the value of pair?
It will be 2, right?
No, 4, because 81 will be matched again.
No,
81
no, because no, listen to this. Okay, it will not. Consider the original one. What happens? You compare 62 with 81, 62, 78, 81. But after that, this 1 and 62 goes to table 2. Like this.
Okay.
Then this 62 will never get compared with anything else.
I understand, but then in that case, there is a fallacy. You are not able to compare the 81 also.
No, we are comparing this 81, right? Because still it is in table 1.
Then in that case, pair will be 4.
No.
Because 61, 62 will be compared once and it will match to another one. So it will become pair will become 2.
No, listen. This 62, we will not compare with table 2. Comparison is happening only with table 1 and 3, right?
Yes.
Table 2 is not getting considered anywhere. Once something goes to table 2, it goes out. So this 62 gets discarded. As soon as value of X becomes 81, like this. Right now, what is the value of X? Is 81, right?
Yes.
When the value of X gets 81, there is no way to read this 62 again. We have simply discarded that row. We have kept that card aside. We are not interested in that card anymore.
From table 2, data will be compared only once with all the data from table 1.
Correct.
Sir, just 1 second, sir. Please, I have confusion.
Yeah.
In the outer loop, while we have taken the first value 62.
Correct.
In the first iteration.
Correct.
Then we are continuing the checking with that table 3. And going to table 3, rather from table 1 to table 3.
We compare and then move to table 3.
Then in that inner loop, we found 62 is a matching pair.
Correct.
Then a pair is becoming 2.
No, pair will become 1, right? We say pair is equal to pair plus 1. What is plus 1? Plus 1 of 0 is 1, right?
Okay. So basically 81 and 62 is being considered. Okay, I'm understanding.
Okay. You understood, right?
Okay. Basically, I thought that there will be 62 for 2 and 81 2. So I missed.
No, we are just checking how many pairs. There are 2 pairs.
It's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that is how.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir, I want to know, means in exam also we can use this type of method to solve questions.
Yes, absolutely you can, but it's slightly time consuming, right?
Yeah,
there is a time constraint in exam. So do some, let's see. I mean, right now it might be a bit too late, but you have still more than a day, right? More than a day. Sunday exam is Sunday afternoon, right?
Afternoon.
So you have 1.5 day, more than 1.5 day. So keep practicing as much as you can using this particular method. And at some point you will get enough confidence to do it without tables. Okay. You will be able to visualize these tables without drawing them down using pen and paper. Okay. Otherwise you can. Only thing, you might lose a lot of time doing this. That's the only thing. Okay. So that's the nested iteration.
Sir?
Yeah.
If I have to compare one card to all other cards, then I have I am not using at that time nested iteration.
Correct. You have to compare only one card with all other cards.
Then what was the condition of that iteration? Can you tell in brief?
Okay. Okay. So you want to compare only first card with all other cards, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So simply read the first card outside loop. Okay. You will start a blank screen. Consider this. Read the top card or top row from table 1.
Okay.
Move X to table 2.
Okay.
And then start your while.
But sir, it's become nested iteration then.
No, I'm not saying while inside while, right? Only one while.
Okay.
Okay, just let me see whether I can change. Okay, hold on. This is what I was talking about. Can you see this notepad?
Yes, sir.
Okay, read the top card X from pile 1. Okay. Move X to pile 2. While pile 1 has more cards. And inside this, now you do whatever calculation you want and then move. Okay, sorry. You have to read the card first. Read the same one. But here you read that as Y. Move Y to pile 2. Inside this, maybe you can write if
condition only.
If condition X,
compare
X dot maybe
mathematics
say,
dot
total Y dot total. And if that is the case, maybe you can write A
increment A
whatever you want, right?
Okay, sir. Okay.
So this X will get read outside while loop, whereas all other cards you will keep reading inside this while loop, which is now not a nested iteration.
Yes.
We do not have such example anywhere in our any of the assignments or so, but yeah, this is the one way to do it.
Sir, in this case also we can erase one step. So can you go to the previous slide?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Sir, just trying to understand.
Sir, here,
sir, just hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Yeah, this slide. Yeah, this is you are talking about this slide only, right?
Yes, sir. Sir, here we can erase this. Move all rows from pile 3 to table 1.
How?
If you can, sir, if we don't put this step.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what you say is correct, but in that case, the problem is unnecessarily you will have while inside while, right? Which is actually not required.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. It will resemble like a nested iteration, but actually it won't be. That's what your logic will be. Yeah.
Okay.
So somebody else is asking something.
Yeah. My doubt is if like a while loop written inside a while loop, then it is nested iteration. And like like in our previous slides, there is if condition written inside if condition. So what it is, it is nested filtering.
Yes,
So
correct. It is
uh,
nested filtering. Absolutely.
so
correct.
then it will be and operator, na? Because if inside if.
Yes, if it is inside, then it will be and operator. But as I said, right, there is a subtle difference between those two. If it is and, then there is no way to figure out why condition failed. But if it is inside, there we can always check why condition failed, right? With the Chennai and greater than total example. But otherwise, what you say is correct. It will be and operator.
For some particular data set, we are using if nested iteration and as well.
Yes, we can use that.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Sir, I was just asking a question. So just trying to draw the picture here, what exactly is happening. So at the very initial steps, we read the first data from the table 1, we move to table 2.
Correct.
Then we compare that with table 1 first row with all set of table 1. And one by one, we move table 1 data to table 3.
Correct.
Once that is done, then we move all the table 3 to table 1. Take the now top one from table 1 to table 2.
Correct.
And compare that with the rest of the table 1 data.
Correct.
Once it is done, sequentially move them to table 3.
Correct.
Keep aside these two data set in table 2. Then move all the table 3 data to table 1. And then now top one goes to table 2.
Correct.
And that gets compared with the rest of the table 1. And again, they will move to table 3.
Okay. Correct. Repeat all these things till table 1 is table 1 has more cards. Hello?
Yeah, sure, sir. So at the end of the iteration, we get the pair and table 1 will be full and other tables will become empty.
No, table 2 will be full.
Yeah, table 2 will be full and other table will be empty.
Correct. Absolutely.
Then lastly, while loop will be get satisfied, right?
Yeah. So while loop, this table 1 has more cards, it will fail, right? Because table 1 will be empty.
Yeah.
So it will finish that. See, at some point it should finish, right? Otherwise, it will be a never-ending task.
Yeah.
Then that thing is called something called an infinite loop, right? It will keep happening again and again and again without any stopping condition. Consider one stupid way to count, right? I give you a card, a deck of cards and a pile of cards, and if I ask you to count them, you will do what? You will pick first one and keep it aside, and then second one, third one, and so on. Consider this scenario. You pick the first one, you counted, okay, 1, and you put it back at the bottom. You pick the top one, okay, counted 2, put it back in that same pile at the bottom. What will happen?
Infinite. It will be infinity, sir.
It will be infinite loop, right? Because your pile 1 will never finish. So which is like, it's a stupid way to do it, but that's how your infinite loop works.
Sir, if there is a if loop inside if loop, so can we call it nested loop as well?
Yes, but first of all, don't say if loop. If is not a loop. If it's just a conditional statement, while is a loop.
So
okay, but yes, but your question is correct. If something is inside, the term nested is used. If is inside if, you can call it nested if. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So can we say that if is a condition?
If is a condition, yes. If is a condition, you can say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sir, we can move, sir. Next.
Okay. Yeah. So after this, this nested, I have next one, and I think that will be the last one, I believe. Okay. Consider this. Find the subject topper of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. How will find max of mathematics, max of physics, max of chemistry? What is the logic? M max, P max, C max, right? Just 3 variables. While pile 1 has more cards, read the top card. You read the top card from there. If the card, just standard one, right? If x dot mathematics greater than M max, you update the value.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, maximum value always 0 is initialized.
maximum value always why 0 is initialized?
Because all the values in data set will be higher than 0, right?
Yes, sir.
That is the reason. See, whenever we want to find maximum of something, you start with lowest possible value.
Yes,
see, you want to go towards max, right? You want to go towards max, you should start from very smallest possible value.
This is ascending order like.
Yeah. But if you want to find minimum of something, you always start with highest of that. It should be exactly opposite. When you want to find max, you start with lowest possible. When you want to find mean or minimum of something, you start with highest possible. It should be opposite of each other. Okay.
Yes.
So with that logic, I mean, again, I'm not teaching you how to find max. I believe you all should know how to find max. So with this, I'm finding max of mathematics. With this, I am finding max of physics. And with this, I am finding max of chemistry. But if you look closely, right, it looks identical. This is exactly identical to this one, except over here it is mathematics, it is physics. Here it's chemistry.
Condition is different.
Condition is slightly different based on subject name, but still the logic is same, right? You are checking whether something is greater than something. If that is true, you are updating that variable. If physics is greater than P max, you update P max.
Sir, can we put all in one while loop?
Correct. Not in one while loop. I mean, you can, but when there is such a repetition, right, the best way to do is using procedure. And that is why what I am trying to teach you with this example. Consider this slide. This red color, yellow color, and green color, they are same, only subject name is different. Mathematics, physics, chemistry. Logic is
and also file name.
So what you do, you create a procedure out of it. Whatever the logic, right? Same while loop, you write that while loop over here. Same while loop, nothing else. But you pass a parameter to it, which is subject name. You call that function, this particular procedure, find max, first with mathematics, next with physics, next with chemistry. And that is the reason we studied something called as procedures. Instead of writing it 3 times, write it only 1 time, like I have done over here, only one while loop, and call this particular thing 3 times. With mathematics, physics, and chemistry, you get your maximum.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that is the power of procedures.
Procedure. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and now with these procedures, there are 2 entities now which you should remember.
Sir, I have one doubt.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just quickly finish this. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So this part, right, where you say find max with some value inside, which is mathematics. This is called procedure call. You're calling this procedure with mathematics value. You're calling this procedure with physics value. You're calling this procedure with chemistry value. Whereas this red color part is actual procedure. I mean, computer should know, right? When you call the procedure with mathematics value, computer should know what it's supposed to do. That is the definition of procedure. So computer is supposed to execute this when this line comes. When this line comes, computer is again supposed to execute this, but value of subject becomes now physics. When you say this, computer is again supposed to execute this, but the value of this subject variable is now chemistry. So this is called procedure definition, this red color part. And this yellow highlighted part is called procedure call. Okay, procedure call and procedure definition. All right. Yeah, go on. Somebody was asking doubt with this.
Sir, assume that I have to not to
Sir,
use.
when we are saying.
Hey, one person, Abhinav, hold on. Somebody, sorry, not Abhinav, somebody else. But let this other guy finish. Yeah, go on.
Sir, assume that I have to not to use a procedure part. Then can I use all the if condition under mathematics if condition?
No, you can't, right? Because if you do that, then if you use all these under mathematics condition, then what will happen? Only when mathematics is higher, the inner thing will execute.
No.
Okay.
I am telling that if condition is finished, then I write physics condition, and then physics condition. If condition is finished, then I write a chemistry if condition.
Correct. You can write that. That is also a correct way to do it. But only thing is,
I think he's saying under one while loop, different
yeah.
ifs.
Yes, correct. So Aman, what you are saying is correct. That will also give you a correct answer. But consider this scenario. In that case also, all your if blocks will look same, right?
Yes, sir.
They will look same, right? Subject name will be different, but the logic will remain same, no?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And that is the reason we write procedures to avoid that duplication.
No, sir. I am asking this.
Yeah. That is
also
also
or not.
Yeah, that is true. What you say is correct, and that's also right.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, while we are saying calling procedures, what do we mean by that? Is there any function we have to do for calling procedure?
No. You just have to write the name. You just have to write the name. That will call. Computer will call it on its own.
Okay, so procedure we have to make, or it is built in computer?
Okay. There are, with standard programming languages, right? C, C++, Java, Python, whatever. All these languages support both. The language itself provides few inbuilt functions, few inbuilt procedures. Also, as a programmer, we can also write our own procedures. Both things are allowed.
Yeah. That is what I want to say.
That is allowed.
If I want to reach some other conclusion, then I can make a procedure to go for that conclusion.
Yes, you can. But as we were talking about computational thinking, right? Here, nothing is inbuilt. The procedure has to be written, and mostly, right? We don't ask you to write. We write those procedures and provide to you. So they will be given as part of the pseudocode as it was there in all the graded assignments.
Okay.
Whether he is saying that method, like procedure and function, are two different things. I'm not sure if everyone is on the same page.
Yeah, procedure and function are same things. Maybe it's an incorrect statement, to be honest, but there is a subtle difference. That is something which you will learn later on. Yeah, let me finish that. With different programming language, we use different terms. Okay, in C, it might call something else. In C++, it is called something else. But in general, procedure and functions are the same thing. There is no difference. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So I have a doubt, sir. In this procedure, we are incrementing all these 3 max every time, yes, sir?
Yes, correct. So no, not every time. See, unless and until you execute this line, right?
Yes.
What is the meaning of this procedure call? You are supposed to execute find max with mathematics.
For mathematics, yes, sir.
That means whenever we execute this line number 2, computer will jump to this particular red block. It will execute this red colored block.
Yes, sir.
Then it says return max. So max variable will hold some value, right?
Yes, sir.
That return means give it back. You return, you borrow something from someone, you return that thing back to its owner, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you return this max back to that same line. So whatever value was there in this variable max will come to this particular variable m max.
Okay.
And then only you will call third line. Then only you will execute line number 3.
Yes, sir. Sir,
okay.
Then in line number 3, sir,
yeah,
we are operating that operation on same card or different card?
Same set of cards. Not this will not happen on one card. This will happen on all cards, right? Same deck of cards.
X to pile 2, sir. When we move X to pile 2, then third operation, then third procedure, sir, it will be on different card, na, sir?
Yeah, but that's what we are doing this artificial
move all card from pile 2 to 1.
Yeah. It's again, it's just to make it uniform. We are moving all cards back to pile 1. So
basically one
Sir, I have
will move again.
Yeah, we move.
I have a doubt in this, sir.
But while loop is still there, na? So unless all the 3 subjects will complete, then only the while loop will close, and then it will
No,
move to
no,
the
no,
next.
no. While loop will close, it will move all cards, it will return.
Oh.
This line is done. Then only this second line finish. Then only we start with third line. Third line will do what? Third line will trigger the execution of find max again. Computer will execute this again. So actually,
Sir,
this procedure will get executed 3 times with 3 different values: mathematics, physics, and chemistry.
3 times for one card. Okay.
See, whatever was happening here, right? This particular thing, same thing is happening. Only thing is, we don't have to write it 3 times.
Okay.
Computer will execute the same thing. Only thing is, we don't have to write it 3 times. We just have to write it once. That is the advantage of procedure.
Sir, it means that in procedure, we have 3 variables, X, M max, P max, and C max.
Correct.
So to obtain the value for M max and P max, we will have to do iteration 3 times. 1 for each.
Yeah. Just hang on for a minute. Okay. Just important call. Let's take a break of 2 minutes. We'll continue. Okay. I'm really sorry.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Just 2 minutes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. What
Hello,
you are saying, no? This here, if you add any number of subjects, those many times this procedure will get called. If you reduce it to only max, it will get executed only once.
Yeah.
Can anyone explain me graded assignment week 3 question number 9? Why the answer is twice the number of pairs of students who have same total marks?
I can, but
you can go to the doubt clearing session.
Hello.
Just after the graded assignment.
Yes. I'm really sorry. That was very important. I had to take it. Okay. Please don't mind. Okay. So coming back, I believe this procedure part is clear now, right? Anyone has a doubt?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, this procedure has to be just at the end. It has to be as a part of the main pseudocode.
Yes, it's okay. It's not necessary that it should be at the end, but it's a standard practice to write it at the end just to avoid confusion.
Okay.
Okay, so you will not find any pseudocode where procedure is written somewhere in between. The readability of code it increases, right, if it's at the end.
Okay.
Otherwise, I consider there are 500 or 5,000 lines, and I call a procedure. You have to keep finding where the hell that procedure is.
Okay.
It becomes easy, right? You just have to go to the end and find the procedure.
For convenience sake.
Just for convenience.
Procedure.
Otherwise, yes,
Process.
it's just for convenience sake. Correct.
Okay.
Sir, in computer, what we give input, procedure or pseudocode?
Pseudocode, right? Procedure is a part of pseudocode. See, in computer, actually, computer cannot execute pseudocode. Computer can only execute a program in specific language. So pseudocode is a generic way to represent a program. So this pseudocode can be converted to a program in C, in program C++, Java, Python, .NET, anything. So pseudocode is a generalized version of any programming languages program. Okay. Yeah. So that is something in next semester you will see how to convert this pseudocode into Python code.
Sir, procedure is like as a defining what is doing in a pseudocode.
Yeah, see, procedure is something, when we use procedure, the same thing as I was just trying to tell you. Why procedures are required? To avoid duplication, avoid repetition.
Yes, sir.
So this part is repeated. To avoid this repetition, we write single procedure and call it repetitively. So see, instead of writing same thing 3 times, We wrote that thing only once, but calling became repetitive. So this single line is repetitive, but this part is we write only once. Can you see number of lines reduced from the left code to right code?
Yes, yes.
Sir, can we say
Yeah.
this? This is something compared with a
Procedure
math function, so which takes some input, process it, and gives the output.
Correct. Absolutely correct. So procedure is like a closed box. So you insert some input from one end, you get output from other end.
Procedure
Right?
is like something sorted form of pseudocode. You can say.
Yeah, no, it is a pseudocode only. Procedure is
Yeah.
pseudocode, nothing else.
Now, sir, he is not understanding. The entire thing is pseudocode. It is
Yes.
procedure is nothing but one particular part of it, one
Correct.
function or
Starting
procedure.
from this first line to this last line, everything is a pseudocode. There is nothing difference between pseudocode and procedure. Procedure is a part of pseudocode. See, this while loop. While loop is a pseudocode.
Yeah.
This if statement is a pseudocode. Similarly, procedure is also pseudocode.
Okay.
Sir, is it necessary to move all cards from pile 2 to pile 1 at the end of this procedure?
Okay. So as I said, right, it's a small technicality. If we don't do this, next time when we call it with physics, right, pile 1 will be empty. If you remember the previous one, pile 1 will be empty.
Okay.
So as I said, it's a small technicality. You can just say ignore the previous structure of cards, or just assume that all the cards are rearranged in pile 1. You can mention that as a part of question statement also. So as I said, right, this is, see, that is the thing I was explaining earlier. Pseudocode is not a specific language. If we go for any specific programming language, it has its own constraint. That time, this thing will not be required. But pseudocode is a hypothetical thing which we have cooked up. You can actually say that. Okay.
Sir, I can say program. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, Sudoku, can I say like as a design of a programming?
Yeah, you can say that. It's a generalized version of programming.
Sir, can we say that pseudocode is just for sharing your thought process?
Correct. So pseudocode is a systematic way you represent your thoughts.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thanks.
Basically, blueprint, sir.
Yeah, it is a blueprint. And these are some advantages of procedures. But yeah, that is a theory part. Yeah.
So,
yes.
So, yeah, I have a small doubt about the word this argument. So, is it same as the parameter, or I don't know, for some reason this is stuck in my mind.
Yeah. Somebody else also asked me this earlier in some other live session. See, there is actually a difference between parameter and argument. But as this is an introductory course, we are using it as a synonym. Even professor used the word parameter and argument in both ways. But I will tell you the exact difference between these two. But this is maybe slightly advanced than what we are looking for at this level. Okay. So if you understand, it's good. Otherwise, ignore it. That will not have any impact on your exams. Okay.
Okay, sir. Cool. Thank you.
But yeah, so I'll just tell you. But
what
is that difference? Okay.
Sir, with current knowledge, we can say both are same, right?
Yes, with current knowledge, you can say both are same. But it's not that complicated. So just in one line, I will tell you, and I will move to next point. Okay. This is argument. So whatever you use with procedure call is an argument. Okay. This is a procedure call. This find max is a procedure call. So whatever you use with procedure call is called argument. And whatever you use with procedure definition, this is procedure definition, right?
Yes, sir.
So with procedure definition, whatever you use here is called parameter.
Oh, okay, sir.
So you pass argument to parameter.
Okay, sir. Makes sense.
Right. That's the technical difference, a small, subtle difference. But otherwise, at this level, you can consider both are same.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So with that, I will stop this presentation. That's all I have. And that's all we have majorly studied in first 4 weeks. Yes, there is a concept of binning and all, but it's nothing but a nested iteration in a simplified manner.
Just sir,
So
one
can we
question, please.
discuss here?
Yeah.
Actually, what is the basic difference between C and Python? Just out of this thing, just for understanding.
Yeah, there are a lot of differences. I mean,
lot of
at the
differences
system
there are.
levels, at operating system level, hardware level, programming level, there are thousands of differences. Maybe I can have another 2-hour session explaining you that difference.
Can you please
Sir,
explain
sir, can I add
and
one
also?
point there to his question?
Yeah.
So to write your code, if you have to achieve something, you have to implement custom code 95%. Same thing if you want to achieve in Python, you will write 30% code. That is the difference.
Okay, that's
that
a user level difference you are saying,
yes.
but yeah, that is true. Okay, let's not
And
get
sir,
deviated. Let's not get
Can you
deviated
please
from
explain OR and conditions also, please?
Yes, I will do that. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hold on. Before moving to this specific doubts, right? I'm muting everyone. Let me give you important aspect about exam. Okay, the qualifier or quiz 1 exam. First of all, there will be only and only pseudocodes. There will not be any question which is other than pseudocode. So in your entire question paper, will have only pseudocode based questions. All questions will be of the same type which you have seen in your graded assignments 3 and 4. I said 3 and 4 because only 3 and 4 have pseudocodes. In week 1, week 2, we had flow charts. We had those English statement wise procedure like step 1, step 2. So those things will not be there. Everything will be pseudocode. Okay, that's first aspect. Second aspect is the questions will be based on the standard data sets what we have, including that library data set which was there in week 4 or something of that sort. But we will not ask you any question where you have to do numerical calculations, right? I'm sure you must have spent a lot of time adding values, subtracting values, multiplying, dividing, all that. We will not ask you any question of that sort. So actual values in data sets, you will not actually require them. You may not even have to look at data set at all in order to solve any question. Just have to remember what all fields are there. In score data set, there are mathematics, physics, chemistry, date of birth, city, name, that's all, total. If you just remember what all things are there in each data set, that's more than enough. You do not even have to look at data set at all. Okay, so going through 30 cards one after the other, you will not have to spend that time. Okay, so we will make sure you will not waste even a single second doing unnecessary calculations. You will not do that. It will be purely logical. And all questions will be of same type which you have seen in graded assignments, right? What variable A will represent at the end of execution, or else something like, okay, there are 2 steps. Okay, some pseudocode is given. It is supposed to achieve this, but there is some mistake in this pseudocode. Identify which line has a mistake. So those type of questions will be there. All right. And apart from that, duration of exam, and that's something I believe you already are aware of. It's a qualifier exam. Yeah.
The number of questions.
Number of questions is something which I cannot comment. I'm not okay. Okay, around, I'll give you just the rough number. There will be around 12 to 14 questions will be there.
Okay, so total marks 50.
Similar to mock test, sir. Same number of questions were there in mock test also.
Yeah.
But
So
in mock test 1, there were fewer questions with the higher weightage.
Yeah. See. Listen.
Yeah.
Whenever we design these question papers, we make sure that it's okay. It's our guess, but we believe that everyone should be able to solve that question paper within 45 minutes. That's our target. So sometimes number of questions might be high, sometimes number of questions might be low. Number of questions is not important. The way we design those questions, the question paper, we make sure that students should be able to solve that question paper within 45 minutes. Whereas actually you will get 1 hour. Okay. So you may lose sometimes here and there, right? Because during exams, there is some process. there is operational thing. You have to sign this paper. You have to do this formality, that formality. So you lose few minutes doing that. So we already take that part also in accounting while design papers. So any average student should be able to solve that paper within 45 minutes. That's the target.
Yeah.
And any
in
newbies,
mock test 1, there were about 12 marks worth of question based on just one pseudocode from question 2 to 5.
Yeah,
and that was a paper out of 25. So a weightage of 12 marks out of 25 for a single pseudocode, which one person may not even understand.
I know.
I hope that would not be there in the
No,
qualifier.
that won't happen. That won't happen.
Okay.
See, I'll tell you one thing clearly. Your exam paper on Sunday will be easier than mock.
Mock means mock 2.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, mock 2 or
Mock,
mock 1.
see, mock 1, mock 2 doesn't matter. See, we have to scare you before exam, right? So that you will study harder. That
Okay,
same
sir.
strategy
Thank
is
you so
applied.
much.
Mock is
That's a relief, sir.
All subject instructors are telling the same statement.
Yes. Yes.
It's enough, sir. If it is easier than mock, then this hint is good enough, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Apart from that,
sorted.
see, I will just tell you it will be easier than mock, but it won't be a cakewalk. That's for sure. It's a IIT qualifier, so we have to maintain that standard. Don't forget that.
Sir, it is easy maybe from your perspective.
But sir, mock are really hard.
I know mock is really hard. I know that. Yeah, of course it is easy. It's per my perspective. That is true.
Almost 1 hour.
So
Complete
easy.
1 hour.
Sir.
Hey, listen, everybody. One person at a time. Let's, yeah.
One person.
So one question.
Sir,
yeah, Guru.
Sir,
Yes, yes, Guru.
Yeah. So how to do the fill the code part in the questions? Like
yeah, sir, how to create those.
Okay, so that is, see, all these things comes with practice. There is no alternative to hard work and practice.
Okay,
just solve all practice and graded assignments, questions of that category again. That's all I can say. Just simple practice.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Sir.
Okay, yeah, Shubham. Shubham, go on.
Sir, sir, which week graded assignments should I practice?
All weeks.
All means
all 4
1,
weeks.
2 is very easy.
Then solve 3, 4. If you find 1, 2 easy, then you may not have to do practice. Solve 3, 4. See, syllabus for exam is first 4 weeks. So we can ask questions from any week. Only thing is, as I said, all questions will be purely pseudocode.
Sir, hello, sir, I have a doubt. Do we need to qualify minimum with a minimum of 50% mark in all 4 individual subjects?
Yes.
Sir, I
see that grading pattern is already defined. You can read that grading pattern. It's already there on website or many different places. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's a 40% individual and 50% aggregate.
Sir,
see that 40%, 50%, I am not going to get involved into that part. That's not my job. I'm a teacher of computational thinking. Ask me a question related to computational thinking.
I have a doubt, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, can you explain string data type? Sir, I am having some confusion regarding
that. So these doubts I'm coming. I mean, I am seeing there are 11 people who have raised their hands. So I will come in that order. Let me first clear out. Is there any confusion with exam? If not, then I will start this standard procedure of doubt clearing.
Sir, I have.
No, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, Satya.
Sir, actually, I have registered for 2 subjects. Actually, I'm a diploma student. So,
okay.
So I'll be writing quiz exams. So whether I have 2 hours will be allotted for the 2 exams. Like I actually I'm confused seeing the hall ticket.
No, sir.
Starting time is there, but an ending time is not there. Like.
Okay. So for diploma, it's slightly different. Simply follow what is written on your hall ticket. If your starting time is there, appropriately your submit button will be activated.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So as I said, right now in this particular live session, there are 3 types of students. Diploma students who have taken direct admission to diploma. There are students who have already qualified previously, but now they have enrolled for computational thinking, and the students who are gonna give qualifier on this Sunday. So for all 3 students, these norms are different. And that is why I don't want to confuse you by explaining 3 different things. That's not my job. I will explain you computational thinking. Apart from that, go to your respective portal and look for your grading pattern, or look for these details on your admit card, because these will be different for individual category of students, which I just explained, right? So I don't want to confuse you, and I also don't want to get confused explaining these things. So let's stick to computational thinking and focus on that. Exam, don't worry, just focus and practice your practice assignments and graded assignments. It should be enough. If you are able to solve your practice assignments and graded assignments with ease, it won't be it will be equally easier for you to solve the exam on Sunday.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a doubt on question in mock test 2. So can we discuss it here?
Yes, we will. So there are many people who have raised their hands. So I will go through that one by one. Okay, there are 13 people. So I will follow that same sequence. Whoever raised his or her hand first gets the first chance. All right?
Sure, sir.
Right. So I will go through that order, and that's what we will do now. So I'm muting everyone, and I will call, I mute everyone. I will call individual person's name, and that person will talk, and that's how it will go. So yes, first is Abhinav. Go on.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Yes,
I just want to know string data type.
Okay.
Is it a sub data type, or how it is derived? I am a little bit confused.
Okay. So first, concrete data type or standard data type is character. Okay. So from character, we derive string. So in order to understand, so Abhinav, you can keep unmute so that let's have a discussion on this. Are you there?
Sir, I am traveling to my home. That's why
Yeah,
I'm in the bus.
it's fine. Unless it becomes too chaotic, it's fine. Okay.
Because the bus horn is blowing. That's why I muted.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
So
let it be. It's right now. It's not disturbing too much, so let it be. Okay. Let's consider this. Okay. So before considering string, first we should understand character. What is character? It's a single entity, and it's a single letter. Okay, it's a single letter or single number.
Okay, character. You are talking about character data type.
Yes, I'm talking about character. What is character? All the letters from A to Z. From A to Z, either in uppercase or in smaller, lowercase or uppercase, capital or small letters, right? All the numbers from 0 to 9.
Right.
Okay. And all the special characters. Yeah.
Character have integers value also.
No, not integers. I don't say integers. All numbers from 0 to 9. Let me finish this. Okay. Or these two categories, and the third category is all the special characters which you see on your keyboard.
Okay.
You know, those different types of brackets, that hash symbol, star symbol, ampersand, exclamatory mark, @ all those full stop, comma, and so on, right?
Sigma.
All those things which are there on your keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? So you pick any one out of it, it is a character. Like as I said, Abhinav. In Abhinav, A is a character, B is a character, H is a character.
Right.
But if I say AB, then it's not a character, it's string. When you combine two or more characters together, it forms a string.
Sir,
okay.
Is that part clear? Is that part clear, Abhinav?
Sir, I have one more question. In the previous live session, one of the instructors said that the name is character data type as well as string data type. Is it right or?
No, see, string data type is derived from character. So you can something consider like this, right? Maybe you can, I mean, it's not an exact right terminology, but you can say like, originally there was character, and by making some combination, some modifications, you derived a slightly advanced version of character, which is string.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
So we can't say that name is the character data type. we always say string name is the string data type.
Yes, the accurate data type for name, right, is string. But from where string is derived, it is derived from character.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so name is nothing but a combination of multiple characters. Correct? Your Abhinav gets formed only when you add A, B, H, I in specific order. But individually A, B, H, I, N, A, V all are individually characters. But when we put them together in a specific order, it becomes a string.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Means how many letters used in my word, there will be that much number of character data type.
Correct. That many number of characters are there. If you consider them individually, they are characters. If you consider them together, it's a string.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Now my doubt is clear.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thanks. So next is Aman.
Sir,
this is not alphabetically, by the way. Coincidentally, these two guys have raised their hands initially. So it's not alphabetically, it's in that order of hand raise. Yes, Aman?
Sir, I have doubt in a graded assignment question number 9 and 10.
Of which week? I mean,
graded assignment 3.
3. The solution is already there. Have you looked at the solution?
Yes, sir. But I not understand question number 9 and a small doubt in question number 10 also.
Okay, week 3, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Question number 9 and 10, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me question number, let's say 9 first. Okay. What's your doubt?
Sir, in procedure part and the comparing part, I not understand that part.
Okay. So what is happening? We are picking this is a nested iteration, right?
Yes, sir.
So
yes,
we are calling this compare something procedure 2 times with swapping these values. First with first card, second card, then we swap those 2 cards and call that procedure again. That is what is happening.
Okay.
Correct. X dot total, here it comes first, then
Yes,
Y
sir.
dot total.
Yes.
And in second time, we are using Y dot total first and X dot total later on.
Okay.
Why this sequence is important? Because whatever we use first, right? Now in this case, X dot total will come to A.
Yes,
and
sir.
Y dot total will
come to B.
But whereas in second call, Y dot total will come to A and X dot total will come to B, because that sequence matters.
Yes,
Correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
And what we are doing, if A is greater than B, we are returning -1.
Yes, sir.
And we are simply adding that to that count. Correct? Count is a common variable to that. We are adding whatever we are returning.
Yes, sir.
So if A and B have different value, for example, let's say A and B as in X and Y, right? X and Y are 2 cards and their totals. For example, X cards total is, let's say, 200. And
Okay.
Y cards total is 300. Okay, 200 and 300. X 200, Y 300.
Okay, sir.
So in that case, first call. Consider the first call. So A became 200, B became 300.
300.
So now 200 is less than or greater. We checked it. In this case, 200 is not greater than 300.
Yes, sir.
So we return 1.
Yes, sir.
So when we are returning 1, when the second value is higher, correct?
Oh,
200,
yes, sir.
300. When second value is higher, we are returning 1.
Yes, sir.
What happens in second call? In second call, 300 is A and B is 200. Correct? We swap them.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Now what happens? Your A is greater than B because A is now 300.
Yes, sir.
We return -1.
Yes, sir.
So now earlier we return 1. So count became 1. Now we return -1. Now count again became 0. Correct?
Now count becomes 0.
Yeah, it will become 0, right? Initially we return 1. So count
Yes, sir.
got incremented from 0 to 1.
Yes, sir.
Now we did -1. So count was already
okay.
1. 1
Okay,
minus
sir.
1, it became 0.
Okay, sir.
So this will keep happening for all those students where their marks are not matching.
Yes, sir.
If they don't match, in first iteration, we return 1 or -1. In second iteration, we return the other value.
Yes, sir.
Correct? That will keep happening because we are swapping the values.
Yes, sir.
But there will be a situation where their marks are same. Maybe
Yes, sir.
consider both students score 250. 250
Yes.
for x dot total, 250
And 250
for
for
y
y
dot
total.
In that case, what will happen? Your A greater than B. It's false.
Yes, sir.
Because we cannot say 250 is greater than 250, which is not the case.
Yes, sir.
So you return 1.
Yes, sir.
In next case, you swap them. But still A and B both are 250 because values are same.
Yes, sir.
So you again A greater than B is false.
Yes, sir.
You
Then
return 1.
also return 1 will.
So this is the only case where your return 1 will have execute twice.
Yes, sir.
And that is with then what count will hold?
2.
Twice the number of pairs of students who have same total marks.
Same total. Okay, sir.
Understood?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. What is the doubt in 10?
In options,
okay.
Why we are including a greater than equals to sign, sir, and less than equal to sign?
Yeah. Okay. Less than equal to. Okay. Why less than equal to? So I think your confusion is why equal to is also there. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. What the question is? Find the number of eligible bills for the lowest 3 total amounts. Right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So for example, consider this. Lowest 3, right?
Yes, sir.
Lowest one is, let's say, 1 rupee. Second lowest is maybe 10 rupees.
Okay.
And third lowest is 20 rupees. We are talking about shopping bills, right? The lowest bill amount is, let's say, 1 rupee. I just bought one chocolate.
Yes, sir.
10 rupee, maybe I bought some maybe one a pack of biscuit.
Okay.
And maybe 20 rupees I bought maybe 2 packs of biscuit, something like that. Okay, these are my 3 lowest shopping bill totals. Okay. And what we are asking, number of eligible bills for lowest amount.
Yes, sir.
Now that means now I have to count all such bills whose value is less than or equal to 20.
Yes, sir.
Because any bill whose value is less than
we
20,
are comparing only third lowest bill.
Yes, we have to compare only third one, right? Because I know my third lowest is 20.
Yes, sir. Because I know the eligibility of lowest of third card.
Correct.
From the top.
Exactly.
That's why we are comparing only the third layer.
Correct. See, what will happen? There will be bill. There is a possibility of multiple bills of 1 rupee.
Yes, sir.
There is a possibility of multiple bills of 10 rupees.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And there is a possibility of multiple bills of 20 rupees also. That's why that equal to sign is important along with less than.
Okay, sir.
Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So the question in this one only
is
we have to find the highest of the 3 total bill amounts, then means how the code will change.
Okay. If we have to find the highest, still we have to find the third one, right?
Yeah.
This finding first, second, third is same, but only thing this symbol will change. Instead of less than, we'll make it greater than and so on, right?
Can you explain why this third T is equal to second T and second T is equal to first T? I'm not getting it, means I tried but not getting
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
for me also, sir.
Okay. Fine. So I understand this is quite a common doubt. So hold on. Okay, consider this. Okay. Anyway, you are asking now for highest also. So let me explain highest. Okay.
Okay.
Max 1 is 0.
Hmm.
Sorry, let's not do this. Okay. Max 2 is equal to 0. And max 3 is equal to 0. Okay. This is my pseudocode. And maybe I have some data already available with me. Let's say maybe 100, 200, 300, again 100, 50. Let me remove this from here and 300. Okay. This is some given data I have. I'm not talking about any specific data set, but I think you are understanding why I'm doing.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So what you will do, if how generally you find max?
For general case, we take means if max some value is greater than max, then we
some x is greater than
max.
Max
means x dot value that we
x
have
dot whatever value is there, right?
Then we update the value of x.
Correct. So you do what? You do your max is equal to x. Correct. This is what you will do.
Yeah.
But now we have three maxes: max 1, max 2, max 3. So we have to compare with max 1. So what example? Consider now this situation. Your first value is 100. You compared whether 100 is greater than max 1. Which is true. Correct. So because of that, your max now, consider this now actual values. Okay, this is the initialized values, and after some calculation, now your max 1 became 100. Okay, this is fine. Next time, now I have in second iteration, now value of this x becomes 200. Now 200 is greater than max 1.
Yes.
So your max 1 becomes 200. But what happened to that 100?
It is gone forever according to code.
It's lost, right? It's lost.
Yeah.
But ideally, now as per the whatever data, so far we have seen only two values. So as between these two values, your 100 becomes second max, no?
Yes.
That is why you should, whenever you do this, max is equal to something. Before doing this, you should also do max 2 is equal to
max 1. Okay, so it is just to empty the max 1 and store the next value.
Correct. Because see, whenever you update your max 1, your older max 1 becomes your new max 2.
Yes.
And your old max 2 becomes new max 3.
Yes.
That
it
is
will
why,
work like that.
Yes, that is why.
And that's why means for less, we are first taking max 1 is equal to max 2 and max 2 is equal to max 3 and then max 3 is equal to x because we are storing the lowest value.
Correct. Correct. So it depends. It depends whether you want lowest, then you have to go in one way. If it's highest, you have to do it opposite way.
I got confused with max 1. Why max 1 is at the top? That's why I asked.
Okay. Okay. Now I believe you understood this, right?
Yeah. Yes. Sir.
Yeah. That is the reason. Thanks. Okay. All right. So the next person is Manan.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, my doubt is in mock test 2, question number 12.
Okay. Hold on. Have you gone through the solution?
Yes, sir. I have gone through the solution and it says that C is updated at the wrong place. There were two options that I is updated at the wrong place and also C is updated at the wrong place.
Okay, hold on. Mock is okay. Mock which mock you said?
Mock 2, sir.
Okay, mock 2. Okay. In exam also you will get something like this. Okay, you will find data sets in this form because actual data inside is not required in order to answer.
It actually helped in getting some insights into that particular question.
Yes.
Yes.
So question number
12.
12. Okay. Okay.
Also, sir, in line number 10, where it says the C is updated in the wrong place.
Okay.
So C is updated in the wrong place.
Updated in wrong place. Okay.
Yeah, but I actually thought that it doesn't matter that if we are putting C equals 0 after that execution, because we calculated as C is greater than 2, then we updated the value of A and then we initialize C equals 0.
Okay. Okay. Consider this. What is happening? Why? I mean, what is the purpose of this pseudocode? A captures the number of sentences with at least 2 nouns that have at most 2 vowels.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
At least 2 nouns that have at most 2 vowels. Correct?
Sure.
So this first condition, part of speech is noun and vowel is less than 2. That part is taken care over here. So that is where we are incrementing C.
Yes, sir.
Right. And when C is greater than equal to 2, we are incrementing A because that is what this A represents.
Yes, sir.
And then we are initializing C is equal to 0.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes,
what
sir.
happens if your C is 1? There is a sentence in which there is only one such noun which has at most 2 vowels. So only one word, such word is there. That means
Okay,
C
sir.
become 1.
Yes, sir.
And in that case, this condition will fail. C is greater than equal to 2 will fail.
Yes, sir.
So A will not increment, which is correct.
Yes, sir.
But your C will remain 1 when you start with next sentence, which is incorrect. It should become 0.
Now I got that we have to make C outside that if condition. So
exactly.
C will be initialized every time when a sentence is ended.
Absolutely correct. That is the reason.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now I got that. I thought we are getting the answer, then why we are not in. Okay, thank you, sir.
Now understood, right? Yeah.
I have a doubt in the next question itself. Can you? Just next question.
Okay, Sandhya, actually just hold on. I mean, many people will have questions.
Okay.
I'll just go in that order. That's better. Yeah. So next is Surya.
Sir, just a question real quick, or a question and a request.
Yeah.
I just finished in a minute. So we can do the mock tests now also, right? Because I
yes, you can. You can.
Answer the request, sir. Could you please upload the summaries of the week 2, 3, and 4 in the week summary section?
Okay. I will check that why it is not there and is there any particular reason behind it. I'll check on that. Okay.
Okay. So thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. In fact, I have actually summarized all 4 weeks. So maybe you can watch this recording at later stage. That also helps.
Yes, sir. I have been sitting here for the past 2 hours. It was a wonderful session.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sir. Very informative session.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah, Surya, go on.
Hello, sir. Sir, mock test 1, question number 6.
Okay.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, this I just lost connection. That's why the last sentence that you said, no, in that increment of C, that I could not understand. Would you please say once more?
Okay. Can you watch the YouTube? It's there on YouTube.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah. So let's just simply.
Sir, did you solve question number 1 also? If yes, then I will watch the YouTube session.
No, I have not solved this question. The mock test I have not.
Mock test 1, question number 1.
Question number 1.
Did you explain this, or then I will not ask the question?
No, I have not explained this. So, what is your doubt in this question?
The question is why is number A not true?
Okay, hold on. Let me first see what the answers are. Then we'll talk about what are the correct answers according to you. Okay, so in this question, these 2 options are correct as per the portal. So according to you, which option you have confusion?
And number 1.
Okay, this one, number of male students with total marks more than 80. So you are saying this one is also a correct answer. Okay. Number of male students. Okay, this is that difference of or. Anyway, I was supposed to explain and or. So maybe this is a good example to explain this. What it says or, right? Or means what? This condition, if condition will be true if either gender is male, it is true. Total is greater than 80, it is true. If both are correct, still it is true. So or means what? At least one of these conditions has to be true. Okay, so what you say, number of male students with total marks more than 80. This means what? Thus all students have to be male and their total has to be 80. Both has to be true, then only it will be counted. That is AND operator. Or operator is different.
But here you just not told that if both the conditions is happening, then only it will get a plus one. And in the both the condition, that only implies no.
No. Or operator. Or means what? Either of these two. There are two conditions.
Either of these two and also these two, no.
Yeah. See, at least one has to be true.
Okay.
Correct. What if there is a boy, there is a male student, but total is less than 80? That also will get counted in A, because first condition is true. First condition is true, we will increment A. We will not even bother looking at second condition if first is true.
Oh,
okay, and then that is not what this statement says.
Okay. Then if you just make an understand why the number, the correct answers are correct.
Sorry to interrupt you. Is this first statement implies and condition?
Yes, it implies and condition, because we never said anything, nothing specific is mentioned about or, right? Number of male students with total marks more than 80. That means all male with more than 80.
That is and.
What about option D?
Yeah, that is and. Sorry?
Option D, sir. Like it should be correct.
Option D, this one, right? Number of male students with total marks more than 80. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Number of male students with total marks more than 80 plus number of female students with total marks at most 80.
Oh, sir, sorry. Instead of at most, so if there is more than 80 in female, then it will be the answer, right?
Okay, let me see.
Sir.
Number of male students with number of
hold on.
See, number of male students with total marks more than 80 and number of female students with at most 80. Okay,
so
this will not hold true. What about all male students? Doesn't matter their marks. All male students. What about that?
Sir, here also number of female students with total marks at most 80 means we are including 80. So this statement is also false.
Yeah, this is false only. Somebody is saying, what if it is at least 80 or at most 80, something like that. So in either case, in this particular question, we are missing out on one bunch of students whose gender is male. Total doesn't matter. Total is maybe less than 80.
Yes, sir.
Total is less than 80, but they are male students. They should also get counted, right? See, I'll tell you the easiest way to solve these questions is using Venn diagram. Okay, just hold on for a second. Hold on one second.
Hello, I'm audible. Hey.
Yeah, yes. Sorry. Yeah, somebody is saying, is this part clear? This question, and I believe there are students who have doubt about and or. So let me clear this immediately, and then we'll move to next question.
Sir, in last option, why correct? This is my problem also.
Okay, why last option is correct? Okay, number of students with total marks more than 80, right?
Yes.
That means all the students, we are not considering gender now.
Yes.
All the students whose total marks is greater than 80. So that takes care of last condition, this second condition.
Yes, sir.
Right? And number of male students,
yes,
with total marks at most 80. That means less than 80. Their gender is male, and that is why they qualify because of first condition.
Yes.
But their marks is less than 80.
Yes, sir. So yeah. or operator means one condition correct and other condition is a false.
No, there is a possibility of both being true also. Both can be true.
This is at least one is correct.
At least, yes. At least one has to be true. At least one has to be true. Yes. But if both are true, that is also fine.
That does not mean at most or equal to in the question regarding.
No, see, that is the meaning of OR operator, right? In OR operator, you should have at least one right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but if both are right, that is
Okay,
also
sir.
fine.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So that is why I was explaining you. I am going.
So why, sir? First option is not correct. First option is also both are correct.
No. First option I already explained that. Maybe you can just go back and see that. I already explained about first option.
Okay.
Okay.
Excuse
so yeah.
You were saying something about Venn diagrams before.
Yeah. So the best option to solve such examples, right? Such questions is using Venn diagram. That's what I was telling you.
Yeah,
just
I also
draw
use
Venn
similar
diagrams
kind
of
of
this.
thing. Yeah.
Please go on. Yeah. So no, I'm not going to show you how to draw Venn diagrams. Okay, that is something you should already know how to draw Venn diagrams. But that will make your life easier in order to answer such questions. If you draw Venn diagrams, it will be easier for you to understand what is the correct option.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically you make sets, and even if you are not drawing Venn diagrams, you basically make sets and you see which are intersecting, which are not intersecting. And
Exactly. I mean, sets is nothing but other representation of Venn diagram.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what. So whatever you feel comfortable, you can use that. But that was just a suggestion from my side. It's not mandatory to use Venn diagrams or even sets.
Yeah, understood.
Okay. So this is the condition which was given over there. Now I will start with first AND operator, and then I will talk about OR operator. Now, what is the meaning of this particular if statement? Your value A will get incremented only and only if gender is male and total is 80. Total is more than 80. So both has to be true. The student has to be a male student and his total marks has to be greater than 80. If both conditions are matching, then and then only A will get incremented. Is that part clear? If there is an AND operator, that is the meaning of word AND. This and this both has to be true. As simple as that. I believe there should not be any confusion in AND operator. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now let me move to OR. OR
This
means
AND
what?
operator, can we make second if inside if? Is it same?
Okay.
If
so
gender equals to male and second if is inside the first if, saying X total greater than 80. These both are same.
Okay. So you are saying something like this.
Yes. Same, na?
Yes, this will be same. Sorry.
Sir, and it works, but in OR it doesn't work like that.
It will work, but then you cannot have if inside it. You can have
if inside it. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So this and
both are same.
Yes, they both are same. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, but in certain conditions, the above statement and the below if are not same, na?
Or right now they both are same.
No, sir, in this particular question, they can be same, but there are certain situations in this particular AND statement is right, but this nested if is not right.
No, this will always be right.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, this will always be right. For AND operator, this is always equivalent. This and this, these both codes are same, no matter what.
Excuse me, sir. Does order matter over here? The sequence order?
No, doesn't matter. So I can very well copy this and create a other one where again same, no difference. All three are same.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, see, as I said, it's AND operator. AND means both has to be true. Doesn't matter whether first is true, then second is true, or second is true, then first is true. Doesn't matter. Both has to be true. That's all. Order
Okay,
is absolutely has no meaning.
So that means in MSQ, we should be aware of the fact that all three are the same and they could all be the answers.
Yes, correct. In fact, I will write a fourth one also here. As I said, sequence doesn't matter, right?
Okay,
all
sir.
four are same.
Is there any other way also? That's
No,
it.
no. These four are the only ways to write this.
And okay.
With and operator. Okay, with or without and nested if, but
The
these are
same
the.
I want to know about R also. That's what I'm
Yeah.
waiting.
Or I will explain. Let me. And is clear.
Yes, clear.
Okay. Okay. Now let's come to or. What happens in or? What is the meaning of or? Either this or this can be true, or both can be true. There are three different possibilities. Gender is male. A will get incremented. Total is greater than 80. A will get incremented.
Yes.
Gender is M. Also, total is greater than 80. A will get incremented. So in this case, A will get incremented in three different ways. One, just purely based on gender being M. A will get incremented. Second, just purely based on total being 80. A will get incremented. And third possibility, gender is M, also total is 80. Both are true. Still, A will get incremented. Is
Up
it
to
clear?
this part, it's clear, but writing those statements, for me, Mr. Deepak cleared very well, but still that person has doubt how to know the two statements for the first question.
Yeah. So writing that part was the another doubt, right?
Yeah, true.
Sorry.
This is not true, I guess.
Why?
Sir, because when both the conditions are satisfied, A will increment it twice, but it has to increment it like once only.
Yes. So I'm coming to that. So I'm not saying this is right. I'm just saying what happens if we do something like this. A will get incremented when all male are there, right?
Yes.
And then A will get again incremented when it is greater than 80.
Yes.
So this is one set where all male students are there. This is another set when where students are greater than 80. But if you remember set theory, union operation is what? If you do union of A and B, it is not just A plus B.
Yes,
it is A plus B minus intersection of A minus B. Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That part is missing with this logic. Are you understanding? So in order to do that, you will have to add this part over here. What is that intersection? Your x dot gender.
Gender is female.
Now it is correct. So converting or into multiple ifs is a bit tricky as compared to and, as you can see.
Sir, we can also initialize some variable to true, like.
Yeah. That is another possibility. I mean, you can use that flag variable to make it true, false, and then you can do it. That is also a possibility. Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, and then within those two variables, so we can compare like true or false. Then we can increment.
Hello.
Hi, bro.
Yes, yes, I think he
Sir is
lost
not here, I
connection.
think. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay. I
sir.
think I lost connection in between. I hope now it's clear. So yeah, I'll share that screen again. Yeah, is it visible? Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. So this is what I was telling you. Converting AND operator into multiple nested if is slightly easier, but converting OR into different form is slightly difficult. And that's the place where you have to be more conscious about what is happening. But just that's why I precisely mentioned about Venn diagrams, or somebody else pointed out correctly about set theory, right? Just apply that logic.
No, we are not aware how to apply that actually.
Okay.
Sir,
So
will you explain that second part again, sir? If x is total and greater than 80.
Yeah. So what happens if x is okay in this part, right? This highlighted part.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we simply split these two conditions into two if blocks, one after the other. What happens? All male students are counted here. All those students above 80 are counted here. But in this, you are counting some students who are male as well as their total is 80. You are counting those students twice. First because of gender, and second because of their total marks. We are not supposed to count those students again. And that is why we added this condition. If they are female and their total is greater than 80, then only you should count them. Because all male students are already counted. All right, so don't worry too much about this second part. Focus only on this one. This should be sufficient enough. We will not confuse you too much with these AND and OR operators at that level. Okay. The reason behind this exam is to check your logic, not to confuse you. Okay. So if you're logically strong enough, you should not get confused with. That's why I said right earlier. Final exam will be slightly, or maybe it will be easier than mock. Mock is just to scare you, to be honest. Make you study.
Mock.
See, mock is just to make you study. Scare is not a right word. It's to make you study.
Sir, did you see?
Yes, sir. That's where we are also stuck here. Like if you say logically you want to test it. So for question number 12, so initializing the I variable inside the if loop, I don't think that is going to make a big difference whether you put it outside or inside. But logically you're saying,
logically it will make a difference if it is part of the question, and if that's the answer, then there has to be a reason behind doing that. So anyway, I will come to that when it's your turn. But I believe I'm clear with AND and OR operator. So OR operator it works like that. Only one is true, only second is true, or both true. In all three cases, A will get incremented.
Sir.
Okay. Yeah. So I will move to next person.
Sir, this is confusion on at most. This is a confusion.
Okay. At most means maximum. At
Yes,
most
sir.
it 80 means anything can be 80 or less. Above 80 is not allowed.
Yes,
at most, maximum 80.
At most is maximum.
Maximum. See, at most 80 means maximum 80. 80 or less is allowed.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
and at least
less than.
At least means
okay, sir.
At least means minimum 80 has to be there. 80 or greater is allowed. At least 80.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
As we say, right, you should get at least 80 marks. What is at least? Minimum you should get 80 marks. 80 or above, anything is okay.
And you can get above.
Above, that is also. above at least, right? So above that is okay.
Yes, sir.
At least.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I hope I'm clear with this question. And as I'm saying, right, for all the mock exams, for all the graded and practice assignments, we already have solution documents available. Please read them. Okay. So before asking these repetitive doubts, please read those documents. The answers are already available in those solution PDFs. Right? Okay. So I'll again start the sequence. Yeah, Divya.
Sir, chance नहीं
Yes,
थी.
sir.
Okay, hold on, Divya. Yeah, Surya, I think you only asked this first question, no?
No, sir, वो कोई और किसी और ने पूछा था. मैंने question number 6 mock.
Okay. But
सर line 20 मेरे अकॉर्डिंग गलत है.
Okay. Yeah. So line 20 says C is less than D. Okay, what is wrong in this?
Sir, X physics marks less than X Y physics मतलब C less than D के मुताबिक मतलब Y physics greater than X physics.
Okay, listen, what is happening in this? Z captures the number of pairs and students with the sum of differences of each subject marks is same as the difference of total marks.
Yes, sir.
Right? Pairs of students with sum of differences of each subject marks is same as the difference of total marks. Right?
Yes.
So what we are doing? For this procedure, we are calling this procedure 2 with physics, right? X dot physics, Y dot physics. So what is C? So if C is less, right? If C is less, we are returning C minus D.
Sir, ये negative value return करेगा ना?
Yeah, it will return the negative value. If C is less and we're still doing C minus D, it will return negative value.
हाँ, तो sir, I think C greater than D.
Line 1 and 10. Line 1 and 10. Okay. Is it necessary to return a positive value all the time? What is wrong if we return a negative value? Is there any restriction on that? No, right?
No, sir.
No, right? We never said we can't return the negative value. Fine, it will return the negative value.
Okay. Sir, अब sir मेरे पास एक code है sir, आप उसको explain कर सकते हैं?
I'll come to that. I have already answered 2 of your questions. So I will come back to you. There are many people. Okay.
Sir, मेरा एक ही question हुआ था. Okay.
Yeah. So okay. Next is Divya. Go on.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Sir, I have 2 small questions. One is in the same mock test one.
Okay.
The pseudocode for question 2 to 5. I have a doubt there.
Pseudocode for 2 to 5.
2 to 5. Yes, this one.
Yeah.
I'm generally confused with this, P, Q being true, false. So like, for example, over here, it's written if X part of speech is equal to pronoun and Q. So what does this and Q mean?
Okay. Q will have some Boolean value, right? It will be either true or false.
Yes.
So that value you have to consider with AND operator.
Yes.
Instead of a condition, we have direct. Okay, what is the condition? For example, if we write some condition here like this. First condition AND or second condition.
Yes.
Ultimately, this condition will evaluate to true or false only.
Yes.
So instead of you evaluating it, we have directly given Boolean value to you.
Yes.
So if part of speech is a pronoun and Q is, let's say, for example, Q is also true.
Yes.
So what happens? Part of speech is equal to pronoun. This becomes true.
Yes.
And true. So true and true is what? True.
You enter into it.
You enter into it.
What if Q was false at this point in time?
Okay, then doesn't matter whether pronoun part of speech is pronoun or not, right? If with AND operator, one of them is false, ultimately it's false, right?
Okay.
You will not enter into it.
So that means to enter into this bracket, Q has to be true. or if you were to enter it
Yes.
on the basis of Q. So for
Correct.
example, if instead of AND operator, there was an OR operator, so that means either this should be a pronoun or Q should be true so that we can enter into it.
Correct. Or both can be true. That is also fine.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So that means
Correct.
the Q condition would be only satisfied when Q is true.
In this, right, with AND.
Yes, yes.
With AND, see, Q has to be true, then only you will enter inside.
Similarly,
I mean, of course, it has to be pronoun. That's the second,
Yeah.
that's a more important one. But yeah, both has to be true.
So similarly, if we look at line 10, it's simply just saying if P. So if P means, that means only if P is true, that is when we'll enter into this block C is equal to C plus.
Absolutely. Absolutely correct.
So long as P is false, we will not even enter into it.
Correct.
Okay, that addresses this question. And then
See, listen, it's simple. See, whenever we give a condition, ultimately condition results into true or false only.
Yes.
So we have actually reduced your work by giving you direct P or Q.
Okay.
You don't have to evaluate any condition. You just have to check whether the value of that P or Q is true or false.
So just as the condition if met would have been true, then we would enter the block. The same way, if P is true, only then we can enter the block. But if P's value is false, we will not enter the block.
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Yeah. That's clear for me.
Excuse me, sir. I have the same doubt in this question.
Yeah.
But sir, it is P equal to false and Q equal to false is already initialized, no, sir? So how can we take the Q equal to true?
It will keep changing, no? At some point, the value of P, Q will keep changing, right? Initially, it is false, false.
But sir, it is not updated. Here, Q must be false.
P is true. Here, P is true. Here, Q is false. So
but
as
sir,
you do
P
your
is updated. Can you please scroll down?
Yeah.
Sir, here on the line 10, if P's value is equals to false. If P is false, then the next 11 step is executed.
No, if P is true, then only 11 step is executed.
Whenever in the question, if P or Q it asks, we have to take P as true only.
No, you have to take the current value of P. Currently, what is the value of P?
If it is not updated, if it is not updated.
If it is not updated, then it is still false, right?
So then why you take Q equal to true?
I'm not taken Q equal to true. I was explaining it to her that Q can be true and then only it will execute. If Q is false, this line number 7 will never execute. That's what I was telling.
Okay.
See, Q will become true at some point, right? When line number 21 executes, Q will become, sorry, it is false here. Okay, I think that is the mistake in that code, right? No, this is not a mistaken code. Is there
line number 17?
After the if statement, there is a P true.
18.
Line number 18.
Okay, yeah. In line number 18, Q is becoming true.
But sir, same thing is also happening in mock 2 in question number 5 on the line 7. There it initialize that the P or Q value. They say question number 5.
Correct.
Question number 5. Can you scroll down?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says that if ith letter of X dot word is a vowel, B equals to false. It was initialized, B value was initialized equals to true.
Correct.
But then if it is ith letter of the word is vowel, then B's value is updated to false.
False, correct.
Then what value we are going to check if B here, if B.
What is the most recently updated value? If gets updated, if this happens, then you will check false.
If B is false, then only A is going to update it.
No, if B is false, A will never update. See, if condition has to be true in order to execute what is inside.
If condition always have to be true, then only the next part will be get executed.
Correct. Okay. So whatever is inside if, right? Whatever is inside if gets executed only if it's true.
Okay, because I have the same doubt in multiple questions like true and false, and if false, that's same.
Correct. So consider this. Tell me when this A will be incremented.
This A will get incremented when both the condition, this gender equals to M and city is equals to Chennai, both will be true.
Correct.
Means mail from Chennai. Then only the A will
means
get
what?
incremented.
That means what? If it's true, you do whatever is inside.
Okay, for getting the if block to be executed, if must be true.
Correct.
Okay, fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, going back to Divya. Yes, go on.
Sir, in graded assignment 4, question 3.
Okay, graded assignment 4. Okay.
Question 3.
Sir.
Yeah, Divya, go on.
Sir, like when we shuffle these rows, it's saying if you shuffle the rows, then what will happen to n? Now, when we say n and a, is it the final output of n and a, or at every iteration what the value of n and a is? Because I would believe even if we shuffle the rows, n and a should not be affected. The final output should be the same. The maximum number of pages should be the same, and the name of the book with the maximum number of pages would remain the same. So I didn't understand the answer.
Equal is not mentioned.
Yeah,
so it will not be updated.
Yeah. Understood. There is a small mistake in this question actually. Just now
No, sir. The question is right.
Sir, it is right, sir.
And n
Yes,
will
sir.
take the last value.
It's not mentioned greater than equal to.
Yes, sir.
See, this statement has to be greater than equal to. X dot pages greater than equal to A. That equal to has to be there. Otherwise, no. I'm not saying question is wrong, but the answers might change because value of A and N will not change in that case. I mean, order is important, but yeah, equal to actually has to be there to make it even more meaningful.
So in this, would n change or not? If we shuffle the rows, I think n would not change. We would have
n would still change. Consider there are
N will change.
same number of pages,
See,
right?
Listen.
In the solution extension is given.
Guys, listen. I mean, it's my job to explain the doubts, right? So let me do that. Okay. So Divya, let's consider this part.
Yes.
What is happening? You're consider this situation. A highest number of pages is available in that data set. So let's say 500. Okay.
Yes.
And there are 4 such books with 500 pages with different names.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So whenever you find your first book with 500, you check your A becomes 500 and N becomes that particular book's name.
Right.
Correct? And that will never change.
Yes.
But because you found that book first, you got that name over here.
Okay.
What if I change all rows up and down? You might not find this book first. You might find different book first.
So then A would not change, but N would change.
Correct, but that is the answer, right?
Okay.
There might be a change in N based on the order, but there will not.
There would be no change in A.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's my mistake. Right. Okay. I got your
Yeah. It will be even more interesting question if we give equal to symbol here.
How would that change?
Then you will not get first book. You will get last book if you make it equal to.
But then also the options would be.
Yeah, answer will be same. Will be same. No doubt about that. I'm just saying that it will be.
Okay, so N would change. N would change in the sequence of book which comes before. I mean, finally.
The final book with 500 pages will give you the answer.
Selected. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
But even in that case, the value of A will keep updating. It will replace 500 with 500, 500 with 500.
But remain 500.
But it will remain 500. That's why I said it will be even more interesting and challenging to comprehend that if we make it equal to. But otherwise, there is nothing wrong at say.
Yeah. So in case it's just greater than, then N will take the name of the first book in the row. Correct. And in case it's greater than or equal to, then N would take the value of the last book, name correct. Of the last book.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Yes. Yeah, Manan.
So, sir, in this question number 3 we are solving. Sir, it's a thought experiment considering there are a list of pages of different number of different books, and we found a book with 400 pages. And then the second row, the row after it, has 300 pages. So the condition of X pages greater than A will be false.
Correct.
So, sir, will this while loop end, or it will continue till it has gone to all rows of table 1?
It will continue, right? Because how we'll know that 400 what you mention is highest until we reach the last one? What if last book has 1000 pages?
Yeah, sir, that was because if it's not true, then number of pages is also change.
No, that's what I said. It will see when while loop ends, when table 1, until there are table 1 has rows, we will continue. So when
while
it
loop
will stop,
continue irrespective of the internal if condition. While loop will continue for this particular condition we have given, which is table 1 has more rows.
Correct.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
That is the iteration, right? What happens internally with filtering doesn't matter. What is iteration? You start from first row in table and you stop at last row in the table. In between, what happens has nothing to do with while.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So next is okay. Hold on. Let me see who's next. Sabyasachi. I hope I am pronouncing it right.
Yes, sir. Sir, I had this question in the mock test, the question 5, which was already discussed. I mean, I'm still sort of confused about this thing. Like we have this pseudocode that says that if any of these, if any of the letter of this X word turns out to be a vowel, B will be initialized to false. And if B is false, then only A will be incremented, right?
If
B turns out to be false, only then will A be incremented, isn't it?
No, hold on. No, this is the question you are talking about, right?
Yes, sir. Question 5. No, sorry, sir. Mock test 2.
Okay, mock test 2. Question number 5, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, so what happens if, see, initially B is true. If B is true, then only A will be incremented. Not false. The condition has to be true. If has to be true, then only you enter inside. If it is false, you don't enter.
Okay, sir. So this if B will be true only if the B will be equal to what was initially initialized to, right?
Correct. That means this thing, ith letter of X dot word is vowel. This never becomes true. B never becomes false. Your B remains true. You increment A. That means the word doesn't have even a single vowel.
Oh, okay, sir. Yeah, okay, sir. It's clear now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so next is Sandhya.
Last question in mock test 2.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me. Yeah. So what is the doubt in this question?
Two options were correct here, and the option is clear to me. But one more option is there, if else. That is a little bit not clear for me actually.
Okay. Let me first see what the question is. It says C captures a number of pairs of students who have the same date of birth or the same city, town, but different gender. Right? So just C captures two different things, right? Number of pairs of students who have the same date of birth. Okay. So same date of birth is sufficient enough to count those students in C. Okay.
Yes.
Or the second part is the city, town has to be same but different gender. These two are together.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. Yes. So these are the answers. What we say, okay, date of birth is same, you increment C. I believe there should not be any confusion in this.
Yes, no confusion.
Else, that means if date of birth is not, it's not same, then gender has to be different, but city, town has to be same. Then also you increment C.
So anywhere if or operator is there, can we write like this? If, else, if?
Yes, you can. You can. But again, as you see, that and condition has to be here. Okay, don't forget that part.
That's what you were explaining earlier, actually. And
no, that was different. That was for a different purpose. But this is precisely mentioned as part of the statement, right? That see, there are two distinctions. Date of birth being same is sufficient enough to be to consider that pair. But the city town, okay, the city being same is not sufficient enough. Along with that, gender has to be different. There is an additional condition.
Else if why that came not clear for me.
Okay.
Else
if is required, because otherwise what happens, consider there are two students, okay, both are from Chennai, their date of birth is same and their gender is different. One boy, one girl, their date of birth is same and their city is Chennai. Okay. They will get counted twice if the else is not there.
Okay.
Because of date of birth, you count here, and then their gender is different, city is same, you count the same pair again.
Okay.
That is why else is required.
Because when I answered, I was unable to understand this. I kept only this option there. One option I kept, right?
Second one is clear, right? Second one is just a translation of that English statement.
Yes, but this if else first time it came, so I confused.
Yeah. Now is it clear?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Next is Pratiti.
So mock 2 question number 6.
I think I just explained that to one only. No, okay, this is different. Yeah, tell me, what's the doubt?
Sir, here line number 9 is also false, no?
9.
I mean, C should be false, no? Because if X
okay, 8 and 12. Not necessary, right? If condition at line number 8 is wrong, then accordingly number 9 can be true, right? See, either line number 8 is wrong or line number 9 is wrong. Either of those two can be wrong, right? Okay, hold on. Even in that case, it should not be the concern. Okay, hold on. Let's see what is happening here and try to solve it. Try to analyze what is going wrong here, right? A captures the number of books which are published after 210 or have less than average number of pages. Okay. So A will
according
get
to okay.
Yeah, Pratiti, go on.
According to question, line number 8 is wrong, but so line number C is initialized to true. But it should be C equals to false, no?
Okay. Okay. Listen, what is happening? This C. Okay. This A should capture what? Books which are published after 210 or have less than average number of pages. There are two ways. Either of two conditions are satisfied. We are supposed to count that under A. Correct?
Yes.
So what is happening? Let's see here. C is initially false. C is some Boolean variable, internal variable. Okay. So if X is greater than 210, we are making C is equal to true, which is correct.
Yes.
Because it qualifies, right? Published after 210. X dot here greater than 210 means published after 210. So we are making C is equal to true. Right?
Yes.
Then what we are saying? Have less than average number of pages. So number of pages should be less than average.
Yeah.
That is why line number 8 is wrong.
Yeah.
It should be less than. And when it is less, we should make it true only, which is already correct. Because that is also correct condition, right? have less than the average number of pages. We should capture it under A. This is what that particular line number 8 is doing, right? I mean, it is supposed to do this. If we make it less than, consider x dot pages less than average. We should set C to true.
Okay. Okay, sir, got it.
You got it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Is it okay to ask a question from the mock test 1?
Is it related to this question?
No.
No, then you just raise your hand and wait, okay? I'm going in a sequence of that particular hand raise order, okay? Yeah. So next is Shubhangi.
Thank you, sir. May I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible. Go on.
Sir, practice assignment 2.1, question number 2. Could you please explain?
Yeah, sure. Practice assignment
2.1.
Can you repeat? 2.1. Okay. Have you looked at the solution?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Question number?
Question number 2.
Okay. Question number 2. Is this the one?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what is the doubt in this question?
Sir, in my thinking, its answer is option 2, but the answer is option none of these.
None of these.
Right
Okay.
answer.
Okay, let's confirm first that's the case. Okay, the correct answer is none of the above, right?
Yes,
and according to you, the option is highest marks of chemistry and lowest marks of chemistry. Okay, the problem is this initialization. We are initializing it to 0.
Yeah.
What will happen in this case? Consider A and B both are 0, right?
Yes, sir.
If A is less than chemistry marks, then store chemistry marks in A. Now A is already 0, right?
Yes, sir.
Then 0 is less than chemistry marks. This condition will be true?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Here A 0 is less than chemistry marks. So you store chemistry marks in A.
Yeah.
So that is fine. What happens in second case? If mathematics marks less than B. That means some mathematics marks are less than B. What is the value of B? 0.
B is 0.
Is there any value which is less than B? Sorry, less than 0 for mathematics marks?
No.
So B will never update?
No.
So B will always remain 0?
Yes, sir.
Then how can you see lowest marks of mathematics?
Oh, I'm so confused, and I just want to not want to put the value A is 0. I have some
now you understood?
Yes, sir. I understood.
Yeah. So
sir,
B will always remain A will be correct. A will be the highest marks of chemistry, but B will always remain 0. But that doesn't mean B is the lowest mathematics marks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, activity 3.5, question number 4.
Okay. You were not there during these weekly live sessions?
Sir, I will there, but in some I can repeat. Then I've just confused this question.
Okay. Tell me, this is the one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the doubt?
Sir, I can't understand this question. Actually, max clone and the original data set.
Okay. What is there in original data set? In scores data set, if some student gets, let's say, 40 marks in mathematics, we write 40 there, correct?
Yes, sir.
But in clone data set, we are not writing how many marks student received. We are writing how many marks student lost.
Okay.
That's why we are doing 100 minus the value. Max. So if for example, if you get, let's say, 60 marks in, if you get 60 marks in mathematics, okay?
Yes, sir.
In original data set, for your card, we will write mathematics 60.
Yes.
But in clone data set, we will write mathematics 40. Why 40? Because you lost 40 marks. That is the clone data set. We are not writing how many marks you got. We are writing how many marks you lost.
Okay, sir.
That is clone data set.
Okay.
Okay, so consider that and then try to solve this question again.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thanks. Okay, yeah, Surya. Surya, are you there? Okay, we'll move to next person and maybe I'll come back to you again. Sampriti.
Sir, my problem is in the mock test 2, question number, sir, question number 10. That, sir, that
Hold
why?
on. Let me look, see the question first. Yeah, go on, tell me.
Okay, sir.
This is the question, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
This
tell me.
year, yes, sir. So, sir, that C minus D part, that greater than equal to B, that part I am not able to understand. The upper two part I understood, but this one I am unable to understand.
Okay, so you are supposed to do subtraction operation first. It will give you one value.
Yes, sir.
That value has to be greater than or equal to B. That is how you should read it.
So, sir, means the answer that is there means I am unable to understand that how it is coming up to that answer.
Okay, fine. Okay, let's try to understand what is C and D first. C is 1900 and D is 2022. These are the initial values, right? Then
Yes,
if
sir.
X dot author, that A is okay, A is.
Sir, the first book means the book that is written means an author who has written the book.
Yes, A is that author the book. So we are just checking whether author is correct. If the author is correct, we went inside, because if outer if is true, right?
Yes, sir.
Then we are checking whether year is greater than C. So for example, let's consider this particular book will have, this author will have multiple books, right? It's a possibility that same author will have multiple books.
Yes, sir.
So for that particular author, we are checking the year. If year is greater than C, which is greater than 1900.
Yes, sir.
If that is the case, we update C.
Yes, sir.
So whenever we found value which is greater than C, we update it.
Yes, sir.
That means what C will hold?
Sir, the greatest value means
the
19.
highest value means the
Yes,
latest book, most recent book of this author A.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes.
On the contrary, what happens to this D? If X dot year is less than D, you update D.
Yes, sir.
Then what D will hold?
So the least means the last
oldest
from
book.
the back.
The first ever book written by that
Yes,
author,
yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
So this value D will be some smaller value, maybe something like I mean, for
So if we take 2020 like that, also means 2000.
Okay, yeah, 2000 is when the most oldest book, the first ever book written by that author, which is D, 2000. And that same author must have written maybe the recent book in 2021.
Yes, sir.
So that hello?
Yes, sir. Now you're audible.
Yeah, so C is 2021.
Yes.
And D is 2000.
2000. Yes, sir.
So you did what? 2021 minus 2000.
2000.
So the difference is 21.
Yes, sir.
And you are checking if that difference is greater than equal to B, then you return true.
Yes,
so
sir.
difference has to be at least B years. Then only you return true.
Yes, sir.
That is why the answer is, and I will just click it so that the difference between first and the last book has to be B. Okay, the question number is, I forgot okay, this one. Okay, outputs true if and only if the last book of author A was published at least B years before the first book was published. That is what is right. The difference between C and D has to be at least B years. That means the publication of my first book and my most recent book will have some difference. That has to be at least B years.
And sir, at first it is in the question, it is given that B is the integer, a positive integer value. So we will consider it to be 1 or 0.
It says positive integer value, right? So
yes, sir.
0, is it positive value?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
No, right? 0 is not positive. The smallest positive value is 1. I mean integer. Positive integer value smallest is 1.
Okay, sir.
0 is not positive. In maths, you might have studied 0 is natural, but it's not positive.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, right.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. So is it clear now?
Yes, sir. Now it is clear.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Sir.
Yeah, Sampriti.
Sir, one more doubt, that is, sir, in that the question, the P and Q question that you were explaining, no, in the true false.
Yeah.
So, sir, in what condition is the Q becoming true? That part I am unable to understand. Means not only in this question, but there were many questions. So, sir,
Q
if
is
it
becoming true here, right, at line number 18.
sir, this is means mentioned. No, that Q is true. So here I can understand. But sir, like in line number 6, when it is written only Q, so why is Q considered true? That I am not able to understand.
No. Listen, Sampriti. We are not
Yes, sir.
considering here Q as true. I'm not saying at line number 6 you should consider Q as true. I'm not saying that. Q will have some value, right? It will be either true or false.
Yes, sir.
But this particular line number 6, the if condition at line number 6 will be true if and if only Q is true. That's what I'm saying. Because of AND operator.
Okay.
Okay, just told. Yeah. Are you understanding? See, this if condition has true condition, two conditions. Part of speech is pronoun and Q. So because of this AND operator, Q has to be true, then only line number 6 will be true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Q is true. It can be false. In fact, initially it is false.
Yes, sir.
Okay, at some point it will become true, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that line number 18?
Yes. So, sir, if it is not mentioned in means since it is not mentioned over here,
Sampriti, your voice is breaking. You're not audible. Is it just for me, for others also?
Sir, same here.
Okay.
Same, sir.
Yeah, okay. Sampriti, I think you have some network issue. Can you repeat what you said?
Sir.
Sampriti, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah, can you repeat what you said?
Yes, sir. In line number 6, so let's say we are taking a word. So means, can you explain with one? Like, let's say we are taking the word count. So, oh no, sorry, it has to be.
Hey, listen, can you disconnect and try again, because your voice is still breaking. I'm not able to hear you properly.
Okay, sir.
Yes, so I will move to next person. I will come back to you after some time, maybe. Okay.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Next is Bishwajit.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have a doubt in practice assignment 4.3, question 5.
Okay, hold on.
It is in the catch-up section.
Yeah, right. 4.3, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Question number 5.
5.
Sir, actually,
Yeah,
in
5.
the middle of this session, I have raised this question I mean, I'm confused in pair. Like, can you take same person or sir? My query is why not option 1 is correct?
Okay, hold on. Let me first check what answers are correct, and then we'll try to solve it the way you will solve. Okay, forget about answer. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what is happening? The given pseudocode is executed using Olympics data table that is there. The pseudocode counts the number of pairs of players having the same nationality and same medal. Okay,
yes.
Counts the number of pairs of players having the same nationality and same medal. Assume all players have distinct names. Okay, so that's assumption. So only thing in this, it's a nested loop. What we have to do, we have to count all such players where nationality is same and same medal.
Yes.
That means x dot nationality is equal to y dot nationality, and x dot medal is equal to y dot medal. Both thing has to be there.
Yes, yes, sir.
So because of that, this option C is gone because R is there.
Yes, sir.
No confusion?
Yes, sir.
Right.
And
then the confusion is between option 1, 2, and 3.
Sir, option 1 and option 4. I mean, whatever the correct option. But
what correct option is, I think this one, right? The last one.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Name
sir.
not
Sir,
equal.
yes, sir. Yes. Sir, my confusion in option 1. Why not option 1?
Okay. I will tell you the reason behind it. What if same player gets same medal multiple times?
Okay.
Right?
Means the year.
Year doesn't matter, right? For example, there is a player now named Bishwajit.
Yes.
Bishwajit gets gold twice. Maybe in same year, right? Maybe one in 100-meter race, one in 400-meter race.
Okay.
Then
sir,
you
but
cannot,
it is not.
You cannot compare Bishwajit with Bishwajit and increment count.
Okay. So, but it is not mentioned in the question, like.
That is what you have to assume, right? There is a possibility, no?
Okay.
Are you understanding? Whenever we solve these questions, we should consider all different possibilities, which is very common, right? In single Olympics or even in multiple Olympics, same person to get same medal.
Yes.
Which is very, very obvious one to have in Olympics, right?
Yes, sir. Okay.
There are people who have got even 10, 12 golds, or maybe just in general medals like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So that is the reason that name has to be checked.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Another doubt from 4.2 practice assignment.
4.2. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, question number 7.
Question number 7. Okay, tell me.
Sir, why? I mean, in line 16, why line 16 is I mean is not correct?
Okay. The line 16 is not correct because
sorry, sir. Sir, it is correct, but sir, why it is correct? Even if we are initializing I to be 0, then we can iterate the code, na?
Yeah, I mean, there might be something might go wrong. Let me see. Okay, line 16. No, it is wrong. No, line 16 wrong initialization of I. It is wrong. It should be 1.
Sir, my question is why it is wrong, sir? If
okay, see, listen. What is I? What is the meaning? Why we are using variable I? To keep track of letter counts.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What? Okay, consider a word which has 5 letters.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
So that means I should go from 1 to 5.
Yes, yes.
But if you start from 0, it will go from 0 to 5.
Sir, it will not go, but we can iterate, never.
No,
I
listen,
mean,
what you are trying to do, you are trying to ith letter of a dot word is a vowel, right?
yes.
Then
Yes,
you will
sir.
do a 0th letter of a dot word. There is no 0th
Yes.
letter, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I mean, you can then argue that I will
Okay.
start counting
Okay,
from
sir.
0. You can start
Then,
counting from 0. That's also fine.
yes, sir.
But then there
Then,
will not be 5th letter.
yes, yes. Sir, then if we count it from 0, then the value
And
of
this
I
should be
will
less
not be
than. Instead of
incremented.
less than equal, this should be less
Yes,
than.
sir. Yes, sir. Got it.
Yeah.
But if we initialize it to 0, then the value of I will not be incremented. Is it?
No, you can increment it. That's not a problem. See, then you that means you are counting from 0 to length -1. Correct?
Sir, no, we cannot go through the while loop, na, in that case.
No, I
Because
mean it depends. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm telling you. Then we cannot go through while loop at all because we do not have 0th letter in the word, right? We have first letter, second letter, third letter, so on.
yes.
When I is 0, you are saying what? Tell me what is the 0th letter of Vishwajit. Tell me what is the 0th letter in word Vishwajit?
Yes, it is not possible.
It doesn't exist, right?
Yes, sir.
So computer will give some, I mean, computer will be in trouble because you're trying to ask computer something which doesn't exist.
Okay. Okay. In such
Okay,
a
it's
scenario,
like
it will be.
tell me what is the square root of Vishwajit. Does that make any sense?
No, sir.
Same thing, right? You are asking some meaningless information to computer, so there will be a problem, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Got it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Right. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Okay. Surya, are you back?
यस सर सर मैंने वो पूरा कोड आपको उसमें चैट बॉक्स में दिया है.
कौन सा कोड?
जो मुझे पूछना है सर.
ओके.
दरअसल मुझे उसमें डाउट नहीं, मतलब इस कोड में मुझे डाउट है एक.
Okay, you're talking about some different code, right? Can you post it again because there are a lot of discussion after that. I'm not able to see any recent code here.
Actually, you should direct to me.
Yeah, okay. Now I got it. You must have sent it to somebody else earlier. Okay. Now I got it. Okay, what is the doubt in this code?
सर मुझे डाउट ये है कि सर जो नेस्टेड व्हाइल लूप, मतलब जो नेस्टेड लूप्स होते हैं वो पेयर काउंट करते हैं.
यस.
तो सर इस वाले कोड में जो इंटरनल लूप है व्हाइल, वो बी फॉल्स हो रहा है. मतलब जब वर्ड्स एक्स वर्ड और वाई वर्ड सेम होंगे तो हमारा बी फॉल्स हो जाएगा और टेबल 2 में चला जाएगा वो कार्ड. और अगर नहीं होंगे तो वो टेबल 3 में जाएगा. मतलब टेबल 3 में वो कार्ड जाएंगे जो डिफरेंट होंगे एक्स वर्ड से वाई वर्ड, मतलब एक्स वर्ड से वाई.
करेक्ट.
ठीक. और फिर एट द एंड सारा एग्जीक्यूशन होने के बाद बी अगर ट्रू हुआ, मतलब अगर डिफरेंट हुआ कार्ड, तो ए इंक्रीमेंट होगा. तो सर मैंने नंबर ऑफ पेयर ऑफ यूनिक वर्ड्स मार्क किया था, बट आंसर नंबर ऑफ यूनिक वर्ड है. पेयर होगा ना सर?
ओके, ये क्वेश्चन कौन सा है मुझे वो बताओ, दैट विल बी इजियर.
मतलब क्या बताऊं मैं इसमें?
ये दिस क्वेश्चन इज देयर समवेयर राइट इन कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग कोर्स?
नो सर ये कोई पेपर का है. मैं पेपर आपको शेयर नहीं कर सकता. कैसे शेयर करूं?
ओके, कोई प्रीवियस क्वेश्चन पेपर का क्वेश्चन?
हाँ यस सर ये पिछली बार के क्वालिफाई का है, मतलब पिछली बार क्वालिफाई.
Okay, got it. See, the question is right for sure. I'm not sure what exactly you're saying with this. Unless I see the full question and the answer there, how can I explain you this? I don't even have options with this. You just shared a random pseudocode.
Okay.
At least give me the whole question, right?
एक सेकंड सर, एक सेकंड.
Yeah. Okay, Surya, anyway, it's an external thing. So let me finish the one which is from portal
Yes, sir.
first, and I will come to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah. Sumit, go on. Sumit, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah.
In mock test 1, question number 6.
Okay, this one I already explained actually. Question number 6 of mock test 1.
Actually, I have a doubt that even though I can see that the 10th line is wrong, and the first is also wrong because z is not initialized to 0, it's initialized to 1. But actually, if we see the logic of the code, so for example, if I go on like this, in the 7th statement, the value is equals to this procedure, and it's throwing the value of x's physics marks to x's physics marks and y's physics marks to the procedure. And so here, when it goes in the procedure to, it says that whichever is smaller. For example, if c is smaller, then return c minus d, or if d is smaller, then return a d minus c. So the value is always going to be negative or 0.
Correct.
So if we add up that, for example, if the difference is always for physics, chemistry, and mathematics, let's say the difference is always minus 10. So it's going to add up minus 30, I think. So in the 10th statement, even if we have it right, for example, instead of value equals value plus, if we have value minus procedure to total marks of x and total marks of y, then for example, in this total.
Okay, before that, hold on. Sumit, according to you, what is the correct line number 10?
According to how I have seen, it looked wrong to me in the first place, but I didn't know the correct answer. So I looked.
Correct answer should be value is equal to value minus whatever. You just make
exactly.
Instead of plus, make it minus.
Yeah, exactly. But if we say that this thing is minus, and so the value, as I said, if it is always minus 10, minus 10, minus 10, so it's going to add up as minus 30. And so if we say minus 30 plus, now this value procedure to x total and y total, it is also going to come as a negative value. So for any value of the total. So for example, let's say it's minus 30, let's just say. So this minus 30 plus minus 30 is going to be minus 60. So this is going to be minus 60. So if, and in the 11th statement says if the value is equals to 0, then only increment z. So actually this code is not working fine, even if we say that line, the correct option for the line 10 is value minus procedure 2. Do you see what I'm trying to say? If we
example. Yes, I understood your doubt. Okay. Have you looked at the solution? Because I'm sure this part is explained there.
I looked it up exactly, and I saw that as you said, the value minus procedure 2 should be the correct one, and the other option is z equals to 1, so it should be 0, should be initialized to 0. So that I understood, but it's not given in it that for the example I took, that in the 11th statement it says if the value should be equal to 0, then only increment z. So actually it's not coming to 0 anytime, because of the fact that in the procedure 2 it's always going to return a minus value, because it's taking the smaller number and subtracting that from the larger one, always doing that same thing.
Yeah, I mean that is exactly what is written in this procedure too, this proc2, right? You're supposed to subtract negative. I mean, it should be smaller minus greater. That's what it is. Yeah.
So if that happens, then both values are going to be in minus. For example, as I gave you the example, if the difference between X's physics marks and Y's physics marks is 10, then it's going to be minus 10. Let's just say
10,
the chemistry and mathematics also comes up to be the same. So it's going to add up as minus 30. So if in the 10th statements, minus 30, the value equals to minus 30 plus the procedure to X total minus Y total is also going to return as minus value. So in that case, it's going to be a negative value, for example, negative 60. And it's just going to add up the negatives.
Yeah,
I don't understand when
totally
it's going to
understand.
become 0.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Let me just confirm it, because this is not a new question. So somewhere both of us are going wrong with this particular explanation of this logic. So let me just confirm it. Question number is, okay, this one, right?
It's 6.
Okay. Okay. Now consider this. Okay.
Okay.
So as you're saying that the physics and I mean you are comparing X and Y in this way, right? So you're saying the first call at line number 7 will give you minus 10.
Yeah.
When it will give you minus 10?
In the 7th statements, we can say it's minus 10 because we can just, for example, we can take that 80 and 70. So the difference is going
so
to be
fine
10.
if you do 80 and 70, right? So X is 80, Y is 70, right?
Yeah, we can say that.
Right. So your C is 80, D is 70.
Yeah.
So and because of that now okay, now you're okay, because of that your else will be executed and you do 80 minus 70, that's minus 10, right?
Yeah, 70 minus 80, so that is minus 10.
So that's minus 10. Similarly, you get minus something, and so on, right?
Yeah. So if we just say, for example, the difference, chemistry's difference and maths' difference is also minus 10 and minus 10. So if we add up in the 9th statement here, so it's going to be minus 30. So let's for our example, we have taken that all of their marks are, let's say, physics, chemistry, maths of X is always 80, 80, 80. And physics, chemistry, maths of Y is always 70, 70, 70. So the difference is always going to be minus 10. So if we add them up, it's minus 30.
Okay. They captures the number of pairs of okay. Yeah, what you say is making sense, but okay. But if you make it minus, then what happens? It will become plus, no? Oh, ideally we are wasting such much time. Okay. So, Sumit.
Yeah.
What happens if value is minus 30, as you said?
Yeah.
Then consider minus 30. This will also return minus, right? This line number 10, when you call this procedure, this will also return minus 30, right?
Yeah. Now I got it. So it's plus 30 and minus 30. So that'll be 0.
You don't consider this plus. I mean, the corrected version of line 10 will have minus over here, right?
Yeah, I see.
So that will minus 30 becomes plus 30, whereas value was minus 30. So minus 30 plus 30, that gives you 0.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right?
Yeah.
I think I mean, while reading somewhere you lost the fact that it has to be converted to minus, then only it will work.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah. Okay, I mean, you got me also confused with that. anyways, fine. No issues. Now your doubt is clear, right? That's more.
Yeah, this one is clear. Then there's just one more.
Yeah.
In the graded assignment for the first question.
Okay.
In this, it seems it's not very clear to me that which particular, because of the similarity in the options, doesn't seem very clear.
Tell me which option is confusing you.
For example, I think I got one right. The first one, to find the pair of students who have the same birthdays from this course data set, but I got the second one wrong. I corrected, I think, something else. So can you go through the process of this loop that when the
first one, is there any? I believe there is no confusion in first option.
No.
Right. So second, to find the pair of students who scored the same marks in physics from scores dataset. Right. That means we are finding such pairs where two students have scored same marks. Right. And that is possible only when we compare each student's marks with every other student's marks. Right.
Okay.
That means there has to be nested loop. There are 30 students. I have to find all those students. I mean, all such pairs where they have same marks. So I will pick first card. I will compare that card with all other cards. Then I will pick second card. I will compare that with all remaining cards. I will pick third card. I will compare that with all remaining cards. So this is a nested iteration.
Yes. Yes.
Correct. That's why that's the second answer. Second correct answer.
Okay.
Okay.
And what about
remaining options? I will discuss those also. So option number 3, to find the number of words which have highest letter count from words dataset. I just want to find. I am supposed to find only the highest letter count. That I can do in single iteration, right? I can initialize it to 0. Initialize some variable max to 0. I can compare that max variable with letter count of each word. And at the end of iteration, I will get max, whatever the highest length is.
Yeah.
I don't have to compare one card with other card, right? I just have to compare that max variable with all the cards.
Yeah, that's right.
That is single iteration. I mean, that's not a nested iteration, right? That's what we were asking. Nested loop is not required. A single loop is sufficient enough.
Yes.
Right. Then same with last option, to find the number of bills from the same shop from the shopping bills dataset.
Yeah, so it's always the same. It's always one particular shop.
Correct. So for example, I want to know how many number of bills are there from Big Bazaar. I just initialize one variable count to 0. Whenever there is a shopping bill card from Big Bazaar, I increment that count variable from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, so on. Again, in single iteration, I can finish it. I don't have to compare one card with all other cards.
Yes.
So again, nested loops are not required. In single normal loop, non-nested single loop, I can do it. I just have to visit every card only once, right? That's the thing. Yeah, that's why only first two options are correct.
All right. Yeah, so those were the doubts. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Next is Divyansh.
So,
yeah,
to question 5 and 6.
Okay, mock 2.
Sir, doubt is regarding that if statement only if B and C.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Question 5, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the doubt in this? Mock 2,
If
question
B.
5, right?
Yeah. If B.
Yeah, I have already explained, right? If value of B is true, then only the if condition becomes true and you increment A.
So I have to assume in every question, like if it is written, so opposite of the thing, like true. Because in the sixth question also it is if C, so C equals to true.
You're not supposed to assume C is true. C is a variable. It will have some value, right? It will be either true or false.
So why not?
Whatever the current value of B or C is there, that you should consider with that if statement.
So for example, here we have assumed that B equals to true, so you are taking it false.
No. That's not how you should read this. Now listen. Initially, what is the value of I is 1. B is true.
Okay.
Right. Now, while I less than equal to X dot letter count. The word will have some letter count written on that card.
Yes.
I is 1. Right? 1 is less than that letter count. Definitely every word is greater than letter 1 or at least less than or equal to 1 length.
Yeah.
For example, our word is Monday. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you did what? Ith letter of X dot word is vowel. So what is ith letter? The first letter. Monday.
First letter.
M.
Yes.
M.
Yes.
M is vowel. Is it vowel?
No.
No. That means this if condition is false.
Yes.
So this
B equals
equal
to
to false will not execute.
Yes.
It will not execute, right? But you do I is equal to I plus 1.
And then we continue the iteration, means the
You
loop
continue
goes
for M, O, N, D, A,
till the
Y.
whole word is over.
Right.
Got
But
that
because
part.
in between there is M, O, right? O is vowel.
Oh, vowel.
Your B became false.
So B become false. Got
Right?
that part.
So word finished. Monday, D-E-Y. D-A-Y, right? The Monday finished.
On A, it will be over. Like A
yeah,
is
but
also vowel.
anyway, it was already false, right? You are just overwriting it to false. Doesn't make much difference, right? So what is the current value of B?
False.
After finishing word?
Yes.
False?
Yes.
So if false. So if your if condition is false, you are not supposed to increment A. That means you are not supposed to increment A.
So if B, so B was false.
So in case of Monday, A will not get incremented because B is false.
Acha. So the previous condition you are taking.
Yeah, not previous. Whatever the most recent one. What is the most recently updated value of B?
False.
False. So we should consider false.
If B is false, then A equals to A plus 1.
No, you should
means
not.
What?
You are not supposed to increment. Your condition is false, right? If your condition is false, how can you execute what is inside?
So when we would be performing that is that B equals to true.
Okay, yeah. So consider some. Yes, correct. Consider some other word which doesn't have any vowel.
The first word is it. The first word in this paragraph.
But it is again. It has I, right? I is a vowel.
Sky.
Okay, sky. Let's take word sky. So because of sky, S-K-Y, none of them are vowel.
Oh yeah.
So B will never become false. So B remains true.
Mm.
And because of B is true, if true, increment for sky, you will increment A. So when A is getting incremented, yeah.
I'm very comfortable with the coding part. Actually, I'm only not getting what value are taking for B. Like if B equals to true, this is the whole statement.
See, after every word you are resetting value of I and B. I think you missed that part. You are resetting value of I.
I'm very comfortable with the coding part, and that part that you're resetting the value of B. I'm okay with it. I'm saying that we have resetted the part, everything is good. If B equals to true, this is the whole statement, since you have shortened the code here by writing if B. So I'm saying the complete part was like this: if B equals to true, so I can interpret the code more efficiently. That is
Yes,
what
you
I'm
can.
asking.
You can interpret this B as if B is equal to true. You can interpret it like that.
Okay, sir. Noted. And same doubt in question number 6.
Same again. If C is equal to true, you can consider it like
now it would be false, now, since initial is false.
Initial is false.
You take the initial part,
no. It has nothing to do with initial part. It is always going to be like that. If there is a if condition, the inner thing has to be true. See, it depends on what your logic is, what you are trying to perform here. When C is true, you should increment, you should set A to 1, right?
Okay, so when can we go through the question, this question?
Okay, what is this? A captures the number of books which are published after 2010 or have less than the average number of pages.
Yes.
So if either of these conditions are true, you should increment A.
Yes.
Correct. So A should get incremented. Now, by the way, it is increment. Okay, this A equal to 1 is not correct. It should be
This
A
is the
equal
error
to A
in the
plus
code, the first error.
Yeah, that is. But that I think part you understood, right?
Yeah.
So if x dot year is greater than 210, which is this, you make C is equal to true.
True.
And have less than average number of pages. Again, less than this symbol has to be other way around. That is error in the code, right? Then again, you make C is equal to true. So either of the cases will make C is equal to true.
And
so
then
if C is equal to true, that means C is equal to true, you increment A.
Okay, sir. Got that part. So, sir, in both the
whenever you have something like this, you should consider it as equal to true. If this is hard for you to interpret.
So basically, we were going through the code, and this is how we are interpreting. Then the same doubt arises in mock 1, question number 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Same thing is there also. Same thing is there also.
P and Q are. Only these questions are creating doubt.
Equal to true. You can consider it as equal to true. This is equal. This is Q. So you can say and Q is equal to true.
Okay. So, but here we can't interpret anything because they in both the previous question you were going according to the question, but here
doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't matter what the logic is. This has to be true. Then only that is what it is, right? Q holds some Boolean value.
Okay, so it is like if Q equal to true in the case of P equals to P equal to true. P is equivalent to true. So we have only shortened the code, but the complete code is Q is equivalent to true. P is also equivalent to true.
So I would still suggest don't do that translation. This is a very common way to write code. So get used to with this kind of writing. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, because right now it might simplify your job, but later on you might be in trouble because this is very common way to write code. Okay, so you should also start practicing in this manner.
Okay. So, sir, only I want to be clear with my interpretation. I would be using this only from now. Q,
yes,
P.
Sure. Correct.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
So can you explain the The third question in the same code, sir. It's there down below.
Okay.
The question which is not the third one, the fourth one, yes. The value of C, sir. So
have you the solution document?
I have gone through, but I am unable to understand what is written there. I cannot understand when is actually C being incremented.
Okay, what is C? C is what? Sum of letter count of all consecutive nouns except the first in each sentence, in such sequence. Okay. Okay. So what is happening in C? C is getting incremented over here, right? So when C is getting incremented, if P is true, C gets incremented.
Both have to be true, right? It has to be
it has to be noun. It has to be noun. And P has to be true. Then only your C gets incremented. Correct?
Correct.
Initial value of P is false.
Correct, sir. Yes,
so for first noun, first noun, whenever you get first ever noun, outer condition is true, but inner condition is false.
Because it was initially false.
Yes. So your C will not get incremented, but your P becomes true now.
Okay.
Then let's say there comes immediately next word is noun. There are two consecutive nouns in the sentence.
Okay.
Then what you will do? Your noun, now your P is true.
Correct. So you're incrementing
You're incrementing C.
Oh, okay. And so
what if there is a noun, some non-noun word, and then again noun?
Correct, yes.
Then what happens? Your first is noun. Because of that, your P became true, but C is not yet incremented because it was first noun.
Yeah.
Then then there comes a non-noun word.
Correct.
Then
and
your if is fails, else makes P again false.
Okay.
So that means this will increment only if there are
consecutive nouns. Okay. Got it.
And what if there are 10 consecutive nouns?
There will be 9, I think.
It will be 9, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir. Okay.
That is why the answer is sum of, what is that C? Okay. Sum of letter count of, there's some letter count also. Okay. Letter count only we are adding, right?
Yeah.
So sum of letter count, okay, this is C, right? Sum of letter count of all consecutive nouns except the first.
All right. Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Saman Pritik, are you there?
Sir, now I understood this. The last time you explained this one.
Okay.
Just now, so I understood that.
Okay. Great. Okay. Yeah, Surya. And with this, I will close the session. It's already 10:13. The session was supposed to end at 8 o'clock. So it's double than what was expected. So
thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. No problem. So I'll just Surya, I'll take your question and I will end the session. So no more new doubts.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, question chat में है.
Yeah, right.
Sir, full question है वो.
Okay, full question. Okay. Okay, the following pseudocode is executed. Okay, so let's read the question and see what is happening. Okay, you're reading A is equal to initially 0, and your B is true, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, B is true, which is getting initialized inside first while, inside outer while, correct? Yes. And in inner while, you are doing x dot word is equal to y dot word. One sec. Okay, just hold on for a second.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So what we are doing, if x dot word is equal to y dot word, we are setting B is equal to false, right?
Yes, sir.
And moving y to table 2.
Yes, sir.
But x is still there. X is anyways already in table 2.
Yes, sir.
Now y also goes to table 2 if they match. Okay.
Yes,
Else
sir.
y goes to table 3, and later on we are anyway moving all back to table 1. So it is still in iteration process. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And if B is true, we are incrementing A. Now when A will be true?
ओके सर, हाँ गॉट इट, मैं समझ गया.
Got it?
हाँ, मैं मतलब जो एक्सटर्नल वाइल लूप, इंटरनल वाइल लूप था उसको मैं बंद कर दे रहा था बस जहां फॉल्स हो रहा था बी.
Yes.
ओके.
That is
हाँ
it.
ठीक है. गॉट इट.
Understood?
हाँ यस सर.
Okay, fine. All right. So with that, we'll close the session. Thanks everybody. Thanks for joining. Or if you still have more doubts, you can post them on Google Forum or Discourse. I mean, your discussion forums are always there. You can post doubts there, and we will be able to answer your doubts there.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Bye everyone.
Thank you, sir. Good night.